Hey guys, tonight we step through the polished hallways of a late Victorian mansion, and you probably won't survive this without feeling slightly guilty for sipping tea at home. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Oh, and let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is where you are. I'm curious if your clocks are set to misery o'clock or just barely past dawn. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You trudge up the cobblestone drive, your boots scuffing against the damp stones as early morning fog clings to your coat. The grand iron gates swing open like the yawning maw of some benevolent beast, or so you wish. Over 1 million domestic servants work in Britain around 1901, and here you are, just one more face among them, though your heart already thuds like a kettle being forced to whistle. The house looms ahead, a sandstone colossus with gargoyles perched on every turret, silent sentinels watching as you approach. A mainstream historical fact, more than 60% of middle-class households employed at least one servant by the 1890s. So imagine the odds, you against a host of other footmen, cooks and maids, all vying to avoid your mistress's glare. Fun fact, some servants believed that hanging a sprig of garlic behind the kitchen door warded off unwanted gossip from the drawing room. Quirky, or what historians still argue, whether such superstitions genuinely eased tension or simply fueled more whispers. But either way, you'll likely try it just to feel important. The front door swings open before you reach it, always before you reach it. Servant bells tinkle like miniature church chimes warning of doom. The butler's sharp nod doesn't bother to acknowledge you. You're expected. You step inside, and that chill hits you immediately like being invited to sit on an iceberg wearing nothing but a linen dress. The air smells faintly of lavender and dust lavender from the polish on the mantelpieces, dust from the high ceilings that swallow your sighs whole. You can almost taste the tension, thick as sweet pudding and twice as heavy. Joking aside, sweat pudding might be the highlight of your day, so maybe don't joke about that. You fight the urge to straighten your uniform navy wool waistcoat, stark white collar, and polished shoes that gleam too brightly for anyone's comfort. See, the laces on your shoes are tied so tightly that your toes feel like they've staged a protest. But if you loosen them, you'll be reprimanded. Speaking of protests, some servants tried petitioning for shorter hours in the 1880s. But the idea didn't quite catch on, because what's more fun than 6 a.m. wake-ups without breakfast? A fringed tidbit cleaning staff sometimes rubbed onions on silver to remove tarnish more quickly, excellent for the chinch bugs, horrible for your eyes. Historians still argue whether that onion method actually shortened polishing time or simply made the silver cry. Your first task, greet the morning hush in the grand foyer. You try to appear calm, but your knees knock like someone playing Beethoven's first movement in B minor unplanned percussion piece. Ensconced by the archway flickers, casting elongated shadows that dance on the walls like spectral ballroom guests. Those shadows know your secrets, missing buttons on your coat, the half-melted candle you used to buy time yesterday. You swallow hard footsteps echoing across marble floors so pristine you could eat dinner off them, though thankfully you won't have to. since dinner happens in the dining hall and not in the foyer, and also because you'd probably be punished for licking the floor. You pass portraits of ancestors whose eyes seem carved from judgment itself. Lady Annabel Beaumont in oil, and ermine glares as if she can sense your internal fear. In reality, she can't sense anything because, well, she's how many decades dead. But try telling that to a servant's nerves. A light joke don't make eye contact, or you might find yourself scrubbing the portrait frame for eternity as penance. The wood paneling reflects every footstep so noisy you feel like you're announcing your incompetence to the whole household. At the far end of the hall, a massive grandfather clock stands sentinel, its pendulum swinging with an almost smug precision. Tick, tock, tick. You have 3 seconds to figure out what you've forgotten before the master of the house appears. That clock, built around 1875, is a mainstream historical fact, and its chimes once marked the death knell of servants who dared to return late from market. Sometimes it chimes offbeat, and rumor says the clockmaker cursed it after being stiffed on payment. A fringe legend rather than fact, but convincing enough to make you glance over your shoulder anyway. Historians still argue whether Gothic clock designs had hidden compartments to store illicit letters. Speculation that, if true, would have kept a lot of people in hot water or hot tea, as it were. You hesitate by the entrance to the main corridor. This is the crossroads of servitude. Left leads to the kitchen's hell on earth of boiling kettles, scalding steam, and unforgiving heat. Right leads to the grand staircase up to the family's chambers where silence reigns, and one wrong step can earn you a glare that freezes your liver. You stand there balancing on the precipice of doom and domestic duty. A joke. If you make it past the threshold, you'll swear you can smell fresh bread and baked regrets. It's that aroma that keeps you coming back, well, that, and the fact that you literally have nowhere else to go. Through the corridor, you spy the butler overseeing the dresser, ensuring every cuff is straight, every ribbon tied just so. He looks like he's had a double shot of scorn with a twist of disdain. You give a muted nod, master of the stone face, while internally calculating how many days it would take to save a shilling to buy a ticket out of here. The butler's nose wrinkles slightly as though he can smell your desperation, another fringe rumor among staff that he could sniff fear like a bloodhound. Historians still argue whether butlers use such intimidation to control staff morale, but suffice to say, you feel controlled. You reach the silver service sideboard where polished cutlery gleams like sharpened daggers. Your job ensure every piece is spotless before breakfast. That's roughly 120 forks, knives, spoons, and dessert implements, each demanding undivided attention. A light joke, if you drop even one spoon, you'll hear about it by supper time. Or worse, at dinner, when the butler points at the dented silver and claims you assaulted the silverware. But hey, think of the cardio-bending, polishing, wiping, buffing, scraping off crumbs from last night's midnight snack. Not by you, of course. A mainstream historical fact. Victorian households often had separate silver rooms to store cutlery away from dust, a luxury in itself. A quirky tidbit, some junior servants used a mixture of beer and sugar to polish brass fittings because it was cheaper than specialized polish. Historians still argue whether that concoction actually prolonged the life of the metal or just left a sticky residue for the next hand to clean. Your eyes flick toward a portrait above the sideboard, an austere Lady Catherine Montrose, known for her strict etiquette and fainting spells when things went awry. You swear the painting's eyes follow you as though judging your elbow grease. The feather duster between your trembling fingers suddenly feels like a gavel pronouncing judgment. A joke, try not to inhale too deeply. Dust mites in this house are rumored to be grandly named Reginald by the head maid, an affectionate nickname that does nothing to make them less itchy. Under your breath, you whisper a slanted prayer, "May I polish this silver faster than my aunt polishes gossip." The corridor's wallpaper peels ever so slightly at the corner, revealing layers of previous decor strawberry pink beneath the harlequin print of 1880. Fringe historians claim if you count the layers, you can pinpoint every scandalous renovation in the family's history. Historians still argue whether those wallpaper layers indicate economic decline or simple taste shifts. But it's enough to entertain you while you scrape off stubborn tarnish. A servant's presence is felt but not acknowledged, like a ghost whose sole purpose is to ensure no piece of china is out of place. You catch your reflection in a gleaming serving tray, pale face, dark circles under your eyes, hair so tightly pinned it might revolt. You resemble a startled owl, and not the dignified type, but the wide-eyed, neck-twisting variety that hoots at midnight. A joke. If you hoot too loud, someone will think a ghost has invaded the pantry and closed the door behind you, locking you in until breakfast is served. And so, in this opening moment, you stand on the threshold of a world that demands perfection, where one misplaced crumb can ripple through your entire day. The grand Victorian household is both the temple of order and a labyrinth of anxieties. If you survive these opening seconds without toppling a vase or trimming a candle wick unevenly, consider it a minor victory. Celebrate with a quiet chuckle before reality asks you to scrub another spoon. You pad down the back staircase on soles barely clinging to consciousness, the echo of your own footsteps whispering reminders of your failure to catch even a moment's rest. The faint scent of lavender polish still hangs in your nostrils, the same tang you left behind by the silver sideboard. Yet here before dawn, it mingles with the sharper smell of coal smoke drifting up from the kitchens below. Historians still argue whether kitchens were purposely placed in basements to keep heat from rising to the family's chambers, or simply because architects lacked better ventilation designs. But for you, it feels like a cruel trick, baking heat below and frigid air above. Night's last embers stubbornly cling to the sky as you step into the servants' hall, where a row of narrow wooden benches lines one wall like a gallery of resigned faces. You trail your fingers along the cold backrest of the bench you share with Mrs. Jenkins, the head housemaid, whose disdain for tardiness is matched only by her fondness for stale bread. Rumor among staff claims she once smuggled a family-sized loaf into the pantry and ate it all before dawn. Quirky, perhaps. But tonight, the memory of her snort laugh when you overslept last Tuesday still stings more than the crust. You huddle in the scrubby light, pulling your shawl tighter around your shoulders. No matter how many times you tuck and pin, the wool still itches like nettle stings. You're about to ask for an extra wrap when the housekeeper, a gaunt woman with cheeks hollowed by too many midnight tears, emerges from the pantry bearing a flickering oil lamp. Mainstream fact servants typically received just 5 hours of sleep per night, on average sometimes less during busy seasons like Christmas. The lamp's glow casts long shadows on the cracked plaster walls, illuminating scratches and scorch marks from previous late-night feasts. A joke, each scar on these walls has a story probably involving someone dropping the pudding onto the oven floor and setting half the kitchen towels ablaze. Maps of schedules, penciled in faded ink on a battered chalkboard, detail wake-up times. Footmen at 4:30 a.m., kitchen maids at 4:45 a.m., housemaids at 5 a.m., and scullery maids at the unholy hour of 5:15 a.m. You check your name, Ellen P., kitchen maid. 4:45 a.m., the hour that feels like brand new torture. No one bothered to schedule sleep. It's an afterthought, like a comma in a sentence you wish were over. Some of your colleagues once tried petitioning for more reasonable hours, but the mistress simply replied with a curt note pinned to the blackboard, "Rest is for the idle." Historians still argue whether such notes were intended as encouragement or a direct threat to those considering revolt. A slender, haggard girl named Betsy yawns beside you, revealing teeth stained brown from constant tea and tobacco, the latter forbidden, of course, but tolerated among servants as a last refuge. Fringe tidbit: some kitchen maids believed that chewing on licorice root soothed their throats after shouting names to summon help. Whether it truly helped or just prolonged their complaining, no one seems to recall, but it's worth a try if you can find any roots before the mistress arrives, knocking. You slip Betsy a sympathetic smile, your eyes so close to closing that you wonder if they'll lock shut entirely. Without warning, a bell tolls from somewhere above a low, urgent chime that rattles through the house's bones. The hearth fire needs lighting, comes the shrill voice of Mrs. Jenkins. It's part announcement, part battle cry, signaling the start of your daily struggle against wakeful suffering. You stand legs protesting like creaking floorboards and stumble toward the tiny wash basin by the door. Water from the cold copper pipe drips into a chipped porcelain bowl. You dunk your face teeth chattering, as if you've dived into a glacier-fed stream. A quirky note: some junior maids tied a piece of raw onion behind their ears to ward off morning breath. Grim but effective, they claimed. Historians still argue whether that practice spread from rural folk remedies or simply served as gossip fodder among the servants' halls. Rubbing your knuckles across your eyes, you search for the straight line of your uniform's seams, no crooked stitches, no smudges of soot. The mistress, they say, can spot an errant thread from 20 paces. So you tug and adjust until your dress's bodice feels like a corset, squeezing your lungs, and you dab at your hair so it's flattened just enough to look neat, but not so neat that the housekeeper suspects you've spent extra minutes at your mirror. Downstairs, the kitchen door stands ajar, casting a narrow beam of orange light across the corridor. You can already hear the crackle of kindling in the hearth and the clatter of pots as Mrs. Thompson, the second cook, shuffles about, her silhouette bobbing as though she's swimming through molasses. Scents of yesterday's stew waft in the air, meat, carrots, and onions stewing into a thicker oblivion, reminding you that scraps from last night may still be your breakfast. Mainstream historical fact confirms that most servants subsisted on leftovers or what they gleaned after meals. A joking thought, you could become a connoisseur of cold gruel if you keep this up long enough. Before you can step inside, the head scullery maid, Greta, descends the stairs, carrying a coal scuttle, her face set in grim determination. You take over from her, lifting the heavy iron pan so she can refill her basket. Coal dust coats your skin like an unwelcome tattoo, but you choose not to flinch. A fringe practice. Some servants believed smearing a little butter on their hands before shoveling coal protected their skin from drying out. Whether it truly worked or simply gave them an excuse to skip scrubbing later, no one bothers to remember, but it's the kind of trick you store away for the next bitter morning. Beneath the kitchen hearth, the flames roar to life. You add the final pieces of kindling, feeling the heat flicker against your frosted cheeks. The scullery's brick walls glow dimly, refusing to banish the chill that seeps into your bones. You turn to the massive cauldrons and copper kettles suspended over the fire, destined to boil water for tea, parboil potatoes, and cook porridge for a family that has forgotten what it means to be hungry. Historians still argue whether families served porridge to their servants or if the staff scavenged boiling bits after hours. But from your vantage, the difference between the two seems negligible. Facing the line of gleaming pots, you set about scrubbing their interiors with a stiff brush and scalding water. The metal bell above clatters as half a dozen fellow kitchen maids rush through, each vying to be the first to fetch logs or fill buckets of water, only to discover they're already wet or missing logs, because the butler requisitioned them for the drawing room fireplace. You blink twice to focus, reminded of the sweat pudding joke you cracked earlier, a moment's humor to keep the gloom at bay. A house under someone else's thumb makes its own rules. You dip a rag into the soapy water and wipe residue from last night's roast, gagging slightly at the lingering bitterness of overcooked onions. Yet here you are, the house's first defense against awkward odors. Mainstream historical fact kitchen maids often work from 5 a.m. until 8 p.m., a marathon of labor made bearable only by the promise of a crust of bread at day's end. A fringe myth suggests some servants meticulously collected their own urine as a cleaning agent for windows. Urine's ammonia content was thought to make glass shine. Historians still argue whether such piss polish was widespread or relegated to eccentric individuals desperate to avoid store-bought cleaners. The mistress's faint silhouette appears in the kitchen doorway, noiseless as a cat inspecting every surface with hawk-like scrutiny. Your heart twists into a knot so tight you swear your ribcage is being rewritten. She's clad in a deep burgundy velvet dressing gown trimmed with ermine, and her posture suggests that if she ever relaxed, the whole universe might collapse. A light joke challenge a servant to stare at her for long, and your eyeballs might melt before your resolve does. Her voice cuts through the low hum of cooking fires. Is the hearth lit? I requested a steady flame, not a weak flicker. You glance at the fire. It roars with confidence. Yes, madam. I've arranged for extra coals overnight. you whisper, hoping your accent is neutral enough to mask the fatigue rasping your voice. She nods curtly, an almost imperceptible concession, and glides back into the corridor, leaving you alone with the crackling logs. You pause, taking a deep breath so your lungs swell with heat rather than the cold you felt moments ago. Each breath feels like a small victory against the day's specter. The ticking clock in the corridor beyond seems to mock your efforts. Tick, tock, tick. Another servant returned too late once. Some claim that if you disgrace yourself by showing up late, you must sleep in the pantry for a week as penance. Historians still argue whether that punishment was fact or rumor, but it's enough to keep you punctual to the second. As the first embers of amber flicker across the hearth, you find a moment to sip tepid water from a chipped tin cup. No sugar, no milk, just the bare minimum to keep your stomach from revolting. A joke, that cup is your morning elixir, though it tastes more like regret, with an aftertaste of coal. You clutch it like a lifeline, reminding yourself that tomorrow's breakfast might offer something more substantial, though the odds are slim. Vision clearing. You peer around the steamy haze at the musty pantry shelves. Stale loaves of bread, sacks of potatoes, and jars of pickles cough back fragments of last night's supper. You make a mental note to check if any day-old crusts are rescue-worthy. Your wristwatch, a gift from an aunt who meant well but didn't understand Victorian time, demands tick-tocks silently on your arm. You check it 5:10 a.m., nearly 5 minutes before the mistress's breakfast summons. If you move faster, maybe you can avoid the half-glare she reserves for tardy service. With coal dust still clinging to your knuckles, you set aside the cup and pick up your pace. There's no time to linger on regrets. The family's needs come first. Your needs were never considered. You feel the heat from the hearth underneath the weight of your shawl as you exit the kitchen, making your way toward the scullery to fetch fresh water for tea kettles. All around you, the house stirs to life. A clock chimes. A drawer slams the distant bark of a household dog. The world beyond these walls may still be clustered in dark slumber, but here, patience died long ago. You remember the butler's admonition from yesterday: timeliness is the mark of competence. Failure to adhere invites consequences. Funny how you can recite that line perfectly at 5 a.m. with only half a mind left to operate. The coal-scorched bricks behind you whisper tales of those who forgot, or faltered tales that echo in your mind like restless specters. Yet you trudge on, propelled by ritual rather than will. Outside the scullery window, dawn threatens to break. A thin line of pink stretches across the horizon, stirring in imitation of life. For a fleeting moment, you almost feel hope, like maybe this day, this endless grind, will lead to something better. But then you recall Betsy's tale of the bread she stole and sold to pub patrons, only to be thrown out once discovered. A mainstream fact reminds you that 60% of servants never rose above a footman's rank. Escape routes were rare. Still, you clench your teeth if nothing else. At least today you're awake, and your tasks, brutal as they are underway. The grind has begun, and there is no pause, no mercy. The house's demands will stretch long into the evening, each hour punctuated by the mistress's needs, the master's whims, and the silent judgment of the portraits lining the walls. A quip dances in your mind. The only difference between a clock tower and this household is that the clock tower might actually offer you a break eventually. Yet for now, you steel yourself against exhaustion, draw in a breath, and face what comes next, determined if weary to keep moving until the faint chime of bedtime rituals lulls you toward another night's restless slumber. You step into the vast kitchen heart, still thumping from your early morning ordeal, and the heat hits you again like a slap from a glove you didn't know was coming. The kitchen is already alive. A forest of copper pots glints overhead, and the sizzling of dripping fat in heavy iron pans lets you know that breakfast's first wave has begun. Your first chore, scrub the floor. The stone tiles, slick with residual grease from last night's roast, make your task feel like an impromptu ice skating routine minus the fun music and the skates. A mainstream historical fact, Victorian kitchen floors were often laid with flagstones because they resisted grease better than wood, but they also forced you to kneel and scour on hands and knees for what feels like an eternity. Joking aside, that practice boosted your posterior strength in ways a gym membership couldn't quite match. You kneel down, ragged sleeves rolled up, and dip your rag into scalding water laced with lye soap. Your hands almost scream in protest, but you press on. Each stroke sends flecks of steam into the damp pre-dawn air. You press firmly into the rag, pushing grit and dirt toward the drain like you're leading an unwanted parade of crumbs. A quirky rumor among scullery staff claims that if you sing a certain nursery rhyme while scrubbing, the grime lifts more quickly. Whether that's real or simply an excuse for some off-key chanting, no one can say for sure. Historians still argue whether singing at work improved efficiency or just embarrassed the singers. Either way, you hum a few lines under your breath, hoping it's enough to coax the filth away. Your hands slip on the rag, sending a small puddle of soapy water toward the stove, and you curse softly, though not loud enough to offend Mrs. Jenkins's acute hearing. She patrols the kitchen like a hawk who lost her sense of humor years ago. You rise to your feet, using your elbow to wipe a smudge of soot from your cheek, blinking as though you've just emerged from a swamp. A joke. If you wore that grime proudly, you'd be mistaken for the next kitchen genius. But no one here celebrates that kind of artistry. Your next chore, polishing the brass knobs on the pantry doors. You fetch the mixture of vinegar and salt as a makeshift polish standard among servants who could not afford proper metal polish. They say acid from the vinegar eats through oxidation. Whether that's true or just another street myth concocted by resourceful staff, it doesn't matter. You squeeze the rag and begin to buff the knobs until they shine like tiny suns. A fringed tidbit some junior maid swore by rubbing chalk on varnished wood to protect it from spills. You tried it once and ended up with a dusty floor that looked more like a winter scene. Historians still argue whether chalk or flour was the superior protectant for woodwork, but as long as those dining chairs gleam when the family arrives, you've done your job. Bending to polish a lower knob, you catch a whiff of coffee brewing in the back. The aroma invigorates you like a whispered promise of reprieve, though you know full well it's reserved for the master and mistress until the staff have proven themselves spotless. A joke you could subsist on coffee aromas alone, but here they'd charge you for inhaling too deeply. You click your tongue at the memory of Miss Pringle, a fellow maid, who once attempted to sip grounds she found at the bottom of an abandoned cup, only to spit them out so vigorously that it landed at the butler's shoe. He wore it for days before anyone dared mention it. The fire under the range roars now, and you shuffle toward the long oak table where you must assemble breakfast settings. There are 12 places, fine porcelain plates edged in cobalt blue cutlery that balances so precisely on your fingertips it might defy gravity, and crystal glasses that catch the lantern light and fling it at the ceiling. A mainstream historical fact: middle-class Victorian families often kept separate china specifically for morning service, an ornate custom to greet the day. So here you are, placing each plate with surgical precision as though the slightest misplacement might start the unraveling of civilization. Your brain buzzes with a jungle of instructions, silver forks to the left of the plate, teaspoons beside the sugar bowl. Not touching the sugar bowl, mind you, saucers placed so the teacup handle points exactly 4 degrees eastward. A joke: if the teacup handles pointed even 4 degrees west, you'd be exiled to scrub gutters for a week or so, legend says. You set the napkins in tight triangles, fashioning them to look like tiny origami sculptures. The mistress, they say, prefers her napkin to resemble a swan, though some servants maintain the swan looks more like a deformed pelican. Historians still argue whether these exacting placements were meant to teach discipline or simply to make servants miserable before breakfast. You lift a fine silver teapot, its surface reflective enough to convict you of every unsightly blemish. You wipe it down meticulously, listening as the spout makes a tiny click when you rotate it. A joke enters your mind if the teapot begins to whisper, "Sell your soul and become a hermit." You fill it with water and place it gently on the side of the hearth, careful that it doesn't wobble. The crackle of embers beneath it offers a reminder that even when these tasks feel endless, at least you're alive. Maybe the orange glow from the hearth crests over the kettle's rim, and you turn to fetch eggs from the pantry safely housed in straw-lined baskets. Some households went so far as to mark eggs with the date they were laid. Mainstream historical fact confirms that dating eggs was common among more affluent families, ensuring they served only the freshest fare. You inspect each egg like a jeweler seeking flaws, fearing that a hairline crack might prompt you to cook them into a scrambled nothingness. A fringe note rumor has it some cooks would solicit eggs from neighbors at dawn, swapping stale eggs for fresh ones so their mistress wouldn't notice. Historians still argue whether that egg swap network was widespread or simply the work of a crafty few. Carefully, you place a dozen eggs on a pewter tray, then hoist the tray and exercise in precision and balance and move it toward the stove. A sudden misstep sends a brief wobble through your arms, and a joke springs forth. You almost gifted the master an omelet surprise in his shoes. But you right yourself and set the tray down gently before you bring a small saucepan of water to a gentle boil. You take a moment to check the water's heat. Tiny bubbles cling to the bottom, promising soft-boiled perfection if you can retreat in time. You lower eggs in one by one, the shells sighing against the spoon's curve, and set a timer in your head, exactly 4 minutes, for runny yolks and firm whites. Meanwhile, there's bacon to fry. You place the strips in a cast iron skillet, the hiss that follows sounding like applause in a deserted theater. The grease leaps and pops, tiny droplets landing on your forearms and hissing as they make contact. A quip, if bacon could talk, it would ask, "Do you mind?" But bacon remains silent, your reluctant breakfast companion. You inch the bacon strips to avoid burning them, glancing at the clock, 6:10 a.m., almost time for the master to rise. You flip a strip, listening to the satisfying crack that tells you it's close to crisp. If only life were so simple. The eggs are ready. You remove them, placing each into a porcelain egg cup, as though you're training for some silent sport. Then you move to the hot plate rack, retrieving a small metal tray of toast. You spread a thin layer of butter margarine, is a sign of ruin in the mistress's eyes, onto each slice with the back of a dinner knife, careful not to tear the fragile bread. A joke, if you buttered too liberally, the mistress would accuse you of conspiring to make her gain weight. The thought makes you grin despite the steam rising from the skillet. As the final slice of toast slides onto a warmed plate, you step back just enough to let steam kiss your face. Victory is momentary but sweet. The aroma of sizzling bacon combined with buttery toast and the promise of tea stirs your senses, though you know your reward is merely the knowledge that the family will be fed on time. You scoop the bacon onto a separate platter, its edges gleaming, and add a sprinkle of parsley, an afterthought that someone once said, improved presentation. Historians still argue whether parsley was truly used for flavor or simply for show, but you don't question it. The bright green flecks make the dish look like an edible postcard. Suddenly, the upstairs footsteps resonate on the staircase. The mistress is coming down. You have mere moments to arrange each dish: 6 plates of bacon, 6 plates of buttered toast, a dozen eggs in cups, sugar cubes in a bowl, and the teapot now full of freshly boiled water. You line them up carefully on the sideboard, making sure the heat from the kettle doesn't warp the oak surface. The ticking clock in the hall doubles in volume: tick-tock, tick, as though counting down to your next soap opera-level drama. The mistress glides into the kitchen, her silk slippers barely making a sound. She stops at the foot of the hearth, raising an eyebrow as though she's mentally calculating whether the teapot's handle is at exactly 3 o'clock position. A light joke, if she were any more precise, she'd require your heartbeat to maintain a pulsing beat at 60 BPM. She nods once, slight enough to be either approval or neutral observation, and turns away. You exhale, releasing the tension that knotted your shoulders, then follow her path toward the breakfast room to set the table formally. You carry the egg tray in one hand and bacon platter in the other, managing to remain upright despite the weight and your fraying nerves. Along the corridor, a line of footmen stands at attention in crisp livery, watching you as though you've stepped out of a sudsy fog rather than a greasy kitchen. Their eyes sparkle with a mix of amusement and sympathy. Some of them have slid a plate of bacon toward the scullery door to help you when no one's watching. A quirk of fact: footmen often earned extra coins by discreetly selling stolen slices to less privileged servants. Historians still argue whether that formed an underground economy or just a series of isolated incidents. But if more bacon could land in your mouth, you wouldn't bet against it. You step into the breakfast room, where a long mahogany table gleams beneath a crystal chandelier. You set the bacon at the end the master will occupy, then arrange eggs at precise intervals. The plates of toast go on a sideboard until the butler signals you to place them. Timing is everything. The teapot moves last, sliding onto its tray before you lift it high, careful not to spill a single drop. As you pour the boiling water over the tea leaves, a fragrant cloud of warmth rises, promising life and sustenance to those who await it. Finally, you retreat to the doorway where you bow your head ever so slightly, literally a micro curtsy, and step aside. The butler takes over, greeting the mistress with a practiced string of pleasantries that you learned by rote, yet never quite mastered. You lean against the frame, exhaustion tugging at your limbs, but satisfaction pulses through you. Breakfast is served on time without catastrophe. You muse that in another life you might have been a tea sommelier, though in this world you're merely the wraith behind the teapot. Yet, before you can let that thought linger too indulgently, you recall the next wave of chores, polishing boots, laundering newcomer uniforms, and perhaps, if you're lucky, approving the new scalloped-edged dusters for the parlor. The mistress's appetite and strict standards ensure that your morning frenzy is only the overture to a symphony of labor. A joke, they say, that if you ever find a moment's rest, you've probably been sent away to another household, merciful but distant. As you glide from the breakfast room back into the corridor, you catch your reflection in a small mirror. Your hands are still smeared with grease, and your hair has escaped its pins in one rebellious tendril that frames your face like a question mark. It demands attention in a place where no one should exist except to serve. You smooth it back, determined to face the remainder of the day. The clock announces the half hour, and in another 60 seconds, you'll hear the call to set up for lunch. More excuses to polish silver, prepare meats, and arrange chairs. In an exacting pattern, you inhale deeply, letting the scent of hot toast and bacon linger in your lungs, fuel for the journey ahead. You brace for the demand still cascading from the mistress's fickle lips and the master's occasional whim to serve tea on the terrace. For now, though, in this fleeting moment, the morning chores are behind you, or at least the first act is. The rest awaits grimy boots to shine, laundry to sort, and the endless parade of small indignities dressed up as duties. But for a heartbeat, you stand proud. The kitchen is clean, the breakfast is served, and despite the heat, exhaustion, and relentless pace, you have not faltered. At least not yet. You move from the kitchen's warmth into the corridor, and the air changes instantly, almost as if you've crossed into a zone where every breath must be measured. Here, etiquette isn't just a suggerimento, it's a shackle. You step past a towering oak-side table where a silver tray holds a folded serviette waiting for the master's midday tea. The faint clink of the crystal chandelier overhead punctuates each of your footsteps. A mainstream historical fact, Victorian households followed detailed servant codes influenced by publications like Mrs. Beeton's Book of Household Management, which dictated everything from how you addressed guests to the precise angle at which you carried a tray. So yes, you are very aware that you must bow your head exactly 45 degrees when greeting the mistress, lest you risk earning her branded stare. You recall that grandfather clock in the foyer, ticking away your initial seconds of panic each morning. Now it's time for a different kind of timing, perfect posture, measured movements, and zero audible friction from your skirt. No rustle of fabric must escape. A joke if your skirt creaks, you'll swear the butler hears it and files an invisible report to the mistress. A fringe tidbit, some servants claimed that if you held a pocket watch in one hand and a teacup in the other, you could balance both, but lose your sanity in the process. Something about aligning spirits, though no one's sure. Historians still argue whether such dueling task exercises were meant to demonstrate loyalty or to weed out those too distracted for service. You pass by the portrait of Lady Annabel Beaumont, whose eyes always seem to follow you. In section 1, you nearly dropped a spoon just because of that glare. Now, you can't help but feel each brushstroke watching as you approach the main corridor where the master and mistress often walk. This is the gauntlet. The wallpaper here, you may recall from section 1, shows layers of peeling prints. Rumor has it those layers map out every time the family flipped styles after a scandal. Worse, if you misinterpret a pattern, you're accused of disrespecting that ancestor's memory. Imagine that drama over peeling wallpaper a joke for sure, but in moments like this, you aren't laughing. Ahead, the butler, Mr. Blackwood, stands like a human brick column, stiff, immovable, and perfectly dressed in black tailcoat and crisp white gloves that never show a speck of dust. His presence alone reminds you that anything less than immaculate comportment is unacceptable. He peers at you over the tops of his spectacles, lips pursed in a silent, "You better not be late." You notice a tiny fleck of dust clinging to his cuff as he adjusts his tie, but you know better than to point it out. A quirky rumor passed among junior servants says that butlers are born able to smell fear like bloodhounds sniffing a runaway rabbit. Whether that's true or not remains in the realm of servant gossip. Historians still argue whether that myth arose from literal olfactory prowess or from butlers' uncanny knack for sniffing out mistakes before they happened. You glide past him, neck straight as a dowel shoulders back, and head held high like a peacock, reluctantly showing off its feathers. One misaligned chin, and you risk inciting the mistress's penchant for public humiliation. She enjoys subtle punishments. For instance, she might instruct you to stand perfectly still while guests arrive, turning you into a wax statue in human form. A joke, at least wax statues never had to hide their trembling thumbs. You recall the morning's garlic sprig rumor from section 1, when a fellow kitchen maid swore by it to keep gossip away. Now you'd hang garlic around your neck if it meant avoiding the mistress's lips forming the word incompetent. The corridor widens into the main hall, where you must meet guests if summoned. This space is sacrosanct white marble floors, polished until they reflect your face ornate rugs, so fragile you fear to step on them without a glass of balanced water steadying you. There's a carved oak lectern with a daily register where servants sign in marking off tasks completed. You nod politely at Mr. Clark, the footman who tilts his hat only fractionally lower than perfect as footmen are taught. A mainstream historical fact. Footmen in well-to-do Victorian homes typically needed to be tall, impeccably groomed, and able to learn dozens of different etiquette protocols, from how to open doors to the correct angle for presenting guests with gloves. You remind yourself that while you polished brass knobs earlier, another servant trained for months to perfect that hat tilt. You glance at the sign-in ledger. The headings read, Task, Completed, Observations. Already today's entry has several notes: dining table set, albeit with slight misalignment on center plate, and master's shaving water too cool by 0.5 degrees. You practically shudder at that last observation. A joke: if you ever measure water temperature in fractions of a degree, you've lost your ability to smell normal water. A fringe tidbit: some servants kept secret notepads where they scribbled every petty criticism they received, dreaming of publishing a tell-all memoir. Historians still argue whether any authentic servant diaries survived or were deliberately destroyed to protect reputations. You wonder if that ancient diary lies hidden under peeling wallpaper, perhaps coated in tea stains and grease marks. The mistress appears at the end of the hallway, gliding forward as though the floor is a red carpet only she's allowed to walk on. She carries a delicate ivory fan, fanning away the slightest trace of stress from her high cheekbones. Her eyes sweep over you like she's scanning a battlefield for weakness. A joke: if her fan snapped shut, you'd have a week's worth of extra chores. You offer the requisite curtsy, an 80-degree bow at the waist, knees unbent, and smile politely, teeth together. The slightest gap between teeth might signal that you are about to speak out of turn. She barely acknowledges you, her focus on the butler ahead of her, and moves on, trailing a scent of lavender and something sharper, perhaps a hint of camphor. You remember in Section 1 how lavender was used to cover dust, but you've never caught on that camphor was used to ward off insects. In your mind, you resolve to sniff any approaching guest for possible hidden insects. Not that it would help you, but it might momentarily divert your anxiety. She disappears through a doorway, and you exhale sharply, just as a faint creak from the nearby closet startles you. A joke: if the closet creaked too loudly, you'd be sentenced to catalog every single jacket lining for moth damage. The closet's black wood door swings slightly. You catch a glimpse of old coats and umbrellas stored away. As you step past, your knee nudges the door, closing it with a soft click. You hope it's not taken as an intentional act of defiance. Fringe rumors suggest that if you leave closet doors ajar, the mistress takes that as a sign of moral laxity, whatever that means. Historians still argue whether Victorian moral codes extended into every nook of the household or were selectively enforced for convenience. Moving forward, you arrive at a small alcove where the servants sometimes pass messages. A narrow desk holds a telegram you must deliver to the master. You pick up the paper sealed with wax and stamped with an unfamiliar crest. You try to gauge urgency from its weight. Heavier messages apparently meant more pressing matters. A joke: if you drop it, you might end up with the telegram doubled as a coaster in the drawing room. You tuck it under your arm, but not before adjusting your skirt once more, ensuring there's not a wrinkle to betray your exhaustion. As you continue, you edge past the housekeeper, Mrs. Jenkins, who is hemming a servant's new uniform, using a single candle for light. You approach with grace, lowering your voice to the proper reserve. "Madam, the master's afternoon tea telegram," you say, projecting just enough volume that she hears without implying disrespect. She glances up her needle, pausing mid-stitch. Place it on the desk in his study? Quickly, she murmurs. It's half command, half anxiety check. Some servants claim that sewing by candlelight could stitch souls into the fabric, an eccentric superstition whispered during long evenings. Historians still argue whether such beliefs were common or simply isolated to housekeepers starving for leisure. Either way, you give her a nod as if you've just been handed the keys to a kingdom. You enter the master's study, where the Turkish rug is patterned with exotic flowers that seem to dance as you approach. The walls are lined with leather-bound volumes, some scientific treatises, others travelogues from Africa and India, the very books you once dreamed of reading, instead of counting teaspoons. A mainstream historical fact, many Victorian gentlemen collected books from the British Empire's colonies as status symbols and markers of knowledge. Now you wonder if the master ever actually read them, or if they serve only to impress dinner guests. You place the telegram on his mahogany desk with a precise fingertip touch that conveys deference. You notice an ink blot atop a nearby letter, evidence he hasn't reviewed his correspondence today. One misstep, and you might be asked to polish his desk to a china-like finish. Just as you turn to leave, the master's soft voice stops you, Miss P. Ensure my gloves are laid out for my stroll. You nod, but inside a question pulses, why would a grown man rely on a servant to lay out gloves? Yet you fetch them anyway, draping them over a small embroidered cushion on his desk. You recall from section 3 how you arranged eggs into perfectly aligned cups. Here you align gloves, pressed flat fingers, pointing true north. A joke, if the gloves don't point true north, the master might accuse you of disrupting the cosmic order. Historians still argue whether Victorian men's glove arrangements indicated superstition or mere practicality, which is another way of saying you don't want to be the guinea pig in that debate. You retreat down the corridor, mind worrying with the power imbalance that shapes every action. One wrong tilt of the head, one uneven glove orientation, one sweat droplet on your brow. Each could be interpreted as a sign of sloth or insolence. And if the master notices a bead of perspiration on your forehead instead of a perfectly powdered brow, he might assume you're incompetent rather than human. A fringed tale notes that some maids smeared powder on their faces to hide sweat, leading to chalk-white looks that frightened visiting dignitaries. Historians still argue whether such customs were truly widespread or simply a curious rumor circulated to keep maids in line. You pause outside the breakfast room, now cleared of dishes, and see Mrs. Thompson, the second cook, polishing a copper pan that once held your breakfast bacon. She looks up and gives you a sympathetic nod. You return it, adjusting your collar in a futile attempt to hide the dampness at your nape. A joke, if you're seen crouching to wipe a bead of sweat, you'll be forced to scrub the silver trolleys until you gleam like a mirror. There's no time for rest, of course. The mistress's voice could ring out at any moment, demanding that a particular dish be hotter, or that a servant straighten the flowers in the drawing room. The slightest hesitation might earn you a sharp reprimand. You glance toward the grand staircase leading to the family salons over there. The heirs roam in velvet jackets, oblivious to your existence except when they need tea. They embody privilege. You embody precision. Historians still argue whether these class divisions persisted because of economic necessity or cultural inertia. You don't have time to ponder. You only know that every misstep tightens the noose of scrutiny. Retracing your steps to the scullery for fresh water, you try to swallow a joke about becoming a ghost so that you can roam freely rather than be watched. Yet the corridor's hush reminds you of unseen eyes. The house cannot tolerate a ghost without scheduling its duties. You can almost hear the peeling wallpaper scoffing at your daydream. The mistress, the butler, the portraits, the ever-ticking clocks, each element conspires to remind you that power here is absolute. Your body moves on autopilot, carrying a bucket of water as though it's your only coping mechanism. As you fill the bucket at the scullery tap, you notice how even the water's flow seems choreographed, a gentle stream, neither too strong to cause splashing, nor too weak to take forever. Historians still argue whether tap tension was regulated for servants' tasks or simply depended on building pressure. For you, it's not a debate, it's a momentary respite, the cool water against your palms, the sensory release of weight, however temporary. But even that relief is fleeting. You set the bucket down and wipe your hands on your apron, leaving behind faint stains as proof of your morning's labor. A joke, the apron could tell tales that would have the mistress fainting from embarrassment. Tales of boiled eggs slipped into pockets and sips of tea, stolen on quiet afternoons. Yet, you must carry on. Every this-minute task influences your next, laying tea, tending fires, polishing silver, and navigating an ocean of constant vigilance. And so you continue ghost-like between the kitchen fires and the master's study, your eyes perpetually scanning for signs of approval or censure. The master-servant dynamic in this grand Victorian home is a rigorously choreographed performance. You are expected to know your cues, maintain perfect posture, and anticipate needs before they're spoken. A fringe note suggests that some elite families even train their servants to read subtle shifts in eyebrow raises, an advanced form of non-verbal communication that few persons outside the aristocracy could fathom. Historians still argue whether such micro-training was common or merely a myth to justify the exorbitant wages of high-end staff. In this world, your thoughts are measured as closely as your movements. If a servant is overheard pining for freedom, it's taken as a sign of disloyalty. No wonder you keep your dreams close. They're safer inside your mind than spoken aloud in the corridors. Yet you carry on because, despite the suffocating scrutiny you are bound by, necessity, lost wages mean destitution, and destitution means the workhouse, an unthinkable fate. You step back into the kitchen, leaving the study behind, and as you cross the threshold, you feel the oppressive weight of those silent eyes lessen just a fraction. Here, in the furnace of stovetop heat, you have a measure of control, broken down to scrubbing, stirring, and steaming. You remember the first ember flickers you lit in Section 2, when coal dust crowned your knuckles. Now, you handle dirty pots with ease, your mind shifting gears from etiquette to muscle memory. But still, in the back of your mind, the mistress's gaze lingers, The butler's nose sniffs out any sign of subpar service, and the portraits watch like silent sentries. The dynamic remains you, the servant dancing to the tune played by those who hold every note of power. Each command is a new verse, each misstep a discordant note that draws scolding or worse. Yet you continue this intricate ballet knowing that survival in this grand home means never missing a beat. You find yourself in the servants' hall at mealtime, the heavy oak door closing behind you with a thud that signals a brief reprieve from the household's demands. For a fleeting moment, you can imagine what it's like to slip away from the mistress's constant scrutiny. But reality presses in as you eye the long wooden table, its surface scarred from decades of spatulas, rolling pins, and hurried elbows. You take a seat on a low bench shoulder to shoulder with the other kitchen maids, footmen, and scullery girls, each of you eager for whatever scraps constitute your midday fare. A mainstream historical fact, most Victorian servants were allotted a staff meal after the family had eaten, often consisting of boiled potatoes, greasy meat trimmings, and dark bread. You glance at the steaming pot passed by Mrs. Jenkins. Inside, a watery broth simmers with limp cabbage leaves and bits of fat that congeal like tiny icebergs in the dull liquid. You dip a chipped tin bowl beneath the ladle, collecting a modest portion of broth that barely covers the potatoes at the bottom. You breathe in the aroma, a mix of sulfur from the cooking water and the faint tang of spoiled onions, before stirring the contents so it feels as though you're coaxing something edible out of a murky pond. You know from experience that overcooking once meant the bread at the bottom would soak up the broth, disguising its soggy texture as substance. A joke. It's something of a culinary miracle, if the bread ever holds together, rather than dissolving into a paste. But miracles are in short supply around here. At the far end of the table, the lower serving dishes contain bits of yesterday's meat, sinewy roast beef, that a cook once insisted was tender, despite every witness claiming it could double as a shoe. You bite into a chunk anyway, your teeth rattling against sinew that refuses to yield. A quirky rumor floats around that some servants used to soften tough meat by submerging it in urine overnight, citing the ammonia as a tenderizer. Whether that's true remains uncertain. Historians still argue whether such fringe techniques were widespread or isolated to desperate individuals. But for you, the tale serves as a dark reminder that hunger can drive people to dubious methods. Across the hall, a ladder-back bench accommodates the scullery girls, their cheeks flushed from elbow-deep dishwashing hours. They receive a separate plate, more bread, and a smaller serving of broth sprinkled with pepper if they're lucky. The amount is enough to stave off starvation, but not enough to fuel the next round of tasks, polishing pans, scrubbing stew kettles, and hauling coal. A mainstay fact, Victorian households often calculated servants' caloric intake at roughly 1,800 calories a day, assuming that hard labor compensated for minimal nutrition. Yet despite the strenuous work, many staff members suffered from rickets, scurvy, and persistent fatigue because those calculations rarely matched reality. You try not to think about your own vitamin deficiency, but your stomach growls in protest, punctuating the silence like an unwelcome announcement. It's only midday lunch, they call it, but this feels like an endurance challenge. Who can simmer their hunger pangs longest without succumbing to dizziness? A joke forms on the tip of your tongue. This tastes like disappointment, with a side of despair, but you swallow it instead, wary of offending the head maid who prepared it. Mrs. Jenkins peeks up from her plate to give you a pointed look, as though she's daring you to complain. Now, wouldn't that be something to complain in a Victorian servants' hall, where complaining could earn you a week's worth of additional scullery duty? You sip the thin liquid, the spoon scraping faintly against the metal bowl like nails on slate. The cold draft drifting through the half-open window nips at your ankles. You pull your shawl tighter, musing that maybe the next household will serve soup hot enough to boil the blood back into your veins. You recall from Section 2 that some young kitchen maids would slip into the scullery after hours to steal a lump of sweat or a bit of bacon rind, anything to trade for a crust of bread or a few spoonfuls of jam smuggled from the pantry. Historians still argue whether such theft was a matter of survival or mere mischief. But to you, the line blurs every time you consider letting a scrap of bacon drape across your tongue. At the opposite end of the table, the cook's assistant, Mr. Hargreaves, carefully slices a slab of stale bread, its surface hard enough to score windows, then adds a sliver of cold meat on top. He eats with deliberate slowness, as though savoring every fraction of nourishment, while other scullery hands jab their forks, desperate for a chance to claim the next piece. A quip flickers through your mind. If that bread were any harder, we could use it as a mallet to drive unseen nails. But instead, it's our lunch. The laughter you attempt is swallowed by the room's hush, the strict unspoken rule that you eat quickly and silently, lest the housekeeper accuse you of dallying. A bell tolls from the family's dining room, an ominous reminder that the feather-stuffed cushions waiting for the master and mistress are upon them. As you lean forward to spoon more broth into your mouth, you notice a small girl, not yet 10, sitting quietly at a side table with a single and precarious wooden chair. She's a child servant, a rarity, and depending on who you ask, an unfortunate sign of exploitation. A mainstream historical fact, some children as young as 8 or 9 were legally allowed to work as scullery maids, although labor laws were ambiguous and enforcement was lax. You remember from Section 10 that child servants' plights were often downplayed by households eager to save on wages. Today, the little girl's dainty hands tremble as she lifts a spoonful of broth, skull wide-eyed eyes that betray a mixture of fear, hunger, and resignation. You offer a brief nod to her, and she flinches, worried you're scolding her. The housekeeper, Mrs. Jenkins, hushes you with a wave. "Eat, girl, before they call us back." She mutters, her voice stiff as the bonnet perched on her head. You look back down at your bowl and swallow a chunk of tough potato with a grunt, reminding yourself that there's solidarity in shared hardship, though nobody ever thanks you for pointing that out. A fringe note: some households intentionally underfed their servants to keep them pliable and dependent. Historians still argue whether such practices were systemic or simply flourished in the most miserly families. But either way, you suspect your mistress believes better-fed servants might grow ideas of independence. You force yourself to slowly chew the gritty texture, turning to paste in your mouth. Outside, the cacophony of clock chimes and passing carriages filters in reminders of a world beyond these walls where people might dine on fresh fruit and meats that aren't repurposed scraps. A joke surfaces. Imagine dipping a ripe peach into broth rather than broth into leather-like potatoes. But fantasy has no place here. Any hint of longing might be interpreted as unservant-like desire, and you don't require any more reasons to draw the mistress's ire. The child servant's small spoon clinks against her bowl, and you turn back to avoid making eye contact, fearing some unspoken rule about pity. You remember that in Section 2, a rumor circulated that housemaids sometimes traded scraps for loose coins from visiting guests. You wonder if the child could muster the courage to try that. Would she be punished if caught? Historians still argue whether child servants who stole bread were viewed as pitiable victims or treated as criminals. But in your gut, you know the latter is more likely in this house. You push your bowl away, signaling that your ration has come to an end, though your stomach still yearns for anything more, perhaps a shred of cheese, a dollop of jam, or at the very least, a second bowl of that watery broth. The bell from the family dining room chimes again, louder this time, and you glance at Mrs. Jenkins, whose lips press into a thin line. You gather your bowl and spoon, stacking them neatly with the others. You dare a quick glance upward through a high window. Sunlight is now streaming in, illuminating the dust motes, dancing in the beams as though mocking your humble meal. You stand, silver tray in hand, and carry the empty bowl to the scullery door. The familiar ache in your arms returns the burn of holding heavy dishes at awkward angles, the sting of liver-chilling air in the scullery below. The cook's assistant leans against the doorway, wiping his mouth with the back of his sleeve. He offers you a sympathetic grin, revealing tobacco-stained teeth. You nod, forcing a weary smile in return. He cracks a joke under his breath. Tomorrow, we'll have something exotic, water reheated thrice over. You offer a tired chuckle, though that chuckle comes at the cost of exposing your exhaustion. Back in the scullery, you scrub the bowl until it gleams, ignoring the threat of chemical burns from the lye soap. As you work, you recall the lavishness reserved for the family roast pheasant, fresh asparagus, fine port, the sort of fare you've only glimpsed from the other side of the swinging kitchen doors. You think of those porcelain plates, intricate and fragile, bearing delicate designs of cherubs and vines, representations of feasts you may never taste. A mainstream fact, upper-middle-class Victorian families often served at least 5 courses at dinner, complete with game meats, imported fruits, and imported wines, further highlighting the chasm between servant sustenance and family indulgence. You remember that last Christmas when you hid in the pantry and inhaled the smell of powdered sugar and exotic spices from the servants' Christmas pudding. Hunger had never felt so cruel. You scrub until your knuckles whiten, then stack the cleaned bowl on a shelf above the scullery sink. The dampness clings to your bones, and you pull on a thin pair of cotton gloves to protect your skin from further chapping. A fringe tidbit: some scullery maids believed that rubbing goose fat into their cuticles prevented cracking. But you can't imagine a substance more odious to smear in your palms. Historians still argue whether goose fat remedies were effective or merely a smokescreen for refusing to buy proper hand salve. Regardless, you leave your gloved hands to dry, focusing instead on bundling a fresh towel around your waist to catch the next wave of spills. A sudden shout from above announces that the mistress has requested tea in the morning room. You pivot on your heel, knowing that your meager meal was merely designed to keep you upright for the next wave of household demands. The butler's voice follows curt and precise, every kettle at once. Do not falter. You rush to the tap for water while mentally cataloging how many teacups need filling, how many teaspoons must be straightened, and which hand-carved sugar tongs must gleam more than the crystal bowl they rest in. As you draw pails of water, you can't escape the nagging thought that hunger is your constant companion, and yet it also keeps you vigilant. Every pang is a reminder of your place, your role, and the cost of crossing too far beyond those boundaries. Yet, in the back of your mind, you wonder if hunger could someday spur a more daring act, like slipping a small pocket of sugar from the butler's stash, or trading the cook's stale bread for something more satisfying. Historians still argue whether servant revolts against hunger were catalysts for early labor reforms or merely isolated acts of desperation. But as you balance a bucket on your hip and step toward the hearth to boil water for tea, you realize that hoping for better meals might be the most dangerous rebellion of all. You navigate the narrow back staircase once more, fingertips grazing the peeling banister, as though testing whether it's real or simply another phantom of expectation. The servants' quarters lie beyond one more door, a cramped cubbyhole where personal space is a luxury you can't afford. As you step inside, the familiar scent of mothballs and damp wool envelops you like a second skin. Here in the dim glow of a single oil lamp, you must claim a corner of this low-ceilinged room as your own, a study in personal sacrifice. A mainstream historical fact, by the late 1800s, middle-class households typically afforded each servant a shared dormitory, often housing 6 to 8 individuals in one cramped chamber. That means face-to-face proximity from dusk until dawn, with no promise of privacy. Your bed, a narrow straw-stuffed mattress atop a wooden frame, sits pressed against the wall, leaving about 2 feet of floor space between you and the next person. A single blanket hedges off your area, and you wrap it around your shoulders like a protective cloak. A fringe rumor among night staff claims that if you tie a scrap of your apron to the blanket's corner, it wards off nightmares of missing chores. Historians still argue whether such talismans offered genuine psychological comfort or simply encouraged more superstitious gossip. But the mere suggestion helps you feel, if only fleetingly, that you have some control over your restless mind. The overhead rafters groan as coal-laden carts trundle through the basement below, and you wonder if those vibrations could ever lull you to a deep sleep or simply remind you of the ceaseless engine of this household. Your bunkmate Martha snores softly, her breath rising and falling in an uneven rhythm that echoes against the low beams. You keep your voice to a whisper as you set your simple wash basin on the small wooden stool by your bed. A joke: if Martha's snoring ever woke the mistress, you'd be forced to stand guard at the front door for the next month. An unthinkable fate. You check the small trunk at the foot of your bed. Inside you keep your spare bloomers, a handful of rationed handkerchiefs, and a faded photograph of your younger sister back in Yorkshire. You trace the edges of that photograph with a thumb damp from the oil lamp. Imagine how different life might be if you'd stayed back on the family farm early mornings, milking cows, and late evenings by the hearth, rather than scrubbing floors and polishing silver. A quirky detail. Some servants kept pressed flowers tucked into their trunks, collecting them during rare afternoons off. You tried it once with a dandelion, pressing it between bits of newspaper scavenged from the kitchen's recycling. But as the cardboard mildew crept in, the flower decayed, so you abandoned the idea. Historians still argue whether such small acts of preservation reflected genuine longing or simply naive attempts to stake claim to fleeting beauty. You lean against the narrow bed frame, pulling your knees up to your chest, and listen to the whispered confessions drifting through the room. Ella, in the bunk next to yours, recounts how she briefly slept through the butler's morning bell and woke to find her shoes removed and replaced with wooden clogs, a punishment meant to make her trip up the narrow staircase in discomfort. A mainstream fact notes that minor infractions often earn such immediate, inventive reprimands. Whether the goal was humiliation or simply deterrence is a matter of debate. Historians still argue whether these punishments were instituted to keep order, or to remind the staff that discretion and shame were tools in the management playbook. Your neighbor, a lanky waif named Louise, shuffles her feet as she describes the time she tried whispering to her fiancé in the adjacent house's grounds. The mistress caught her and forced her to kneel on a handful of sewing needles, an extreme measure for a stolen glance. You swallow hard. The imprint of those needles on Louise's knees still shows like tiny constellations of pain. A joke, if you ever need to find stars in the sky, just look at Louise's knees by candlelight. But you say nothing, mindful that even whispered sympathy can be construed as mocking the house's authority. The walls are thin. You catch Dr. Thompson's voice in the room above, reciting the day's menu to Chef Hargreaves, followed by a low moan of pain, perhaps a bad tooth, or an ache from too many midnight shifts. You can't help but envy his brief access to solitude, however flawed. His room has a door that closes all the way, whereas here, the hallway light filters under your partially ajar door, reminding you that you cannot escape scrutiny completely. A fringe claim circulates that some higher-ranking servants would occasionally slip behind the grand oak wardrobe in the hearth area, revealing a tiny hidden closet where they could lock themselves away for a few precious moments. Historians still argue whether such nooks actually existed or were campfire stories told to console the weary. For you, the possibility of a hidden alcove provides comfort, if not confirmation, that it's real. You settle onto your straw mattress, thinking of yesterday's dinner scraps, the last time you tasted meat thicker than a gristle. The space above you is crowded with coats, bonnets, and drying linen that hangs from a line strung diagonally across the room. Each garment tells a story. Martha's threadbare shawl bears the faint scent of lavender, and Ella's cotton bodice still carries traces of soot from yesterday's chimney duties. You close your eyes and try to imagine the hush of the drawing room at night, soft rugs, feathered cushions, and an absence of coal dust. A joke forms in your mind if only they could swap your quarters with the mistress's boudoir. For one night she'd never sleep again, hearing you toss and turn or worse snore. Yet here in the servants' dormitory you have no guarantee of genuine rest. The lantern's flame dances under a gust of air that drifts through a cracked window, failing upkeep, or simply the house settling no one knows. You draw the blanket higher, feeling the coarse weave scratch against your neck. You batten down the hatch, folding your extra shawl on top of your headboard to muffle the light. You remind yourself that sleep, no matter how shallow, is better than none. A mainstream historical fact, servants often slept in shifts staggering hours, so someone could always stand watch in case the mistress or an intruder needed assistance. Whether that watch system prioritized security or exploited exhaustion is a point of debate. Historians still argue whether the watch was ever more than an excuse to prolong labor, while civilians remain blissfully unaware of the wretched hours. A strange hush fills the room, punctuated only by subdued breathing, the occasional drip of water from a leaky pipe. The hush is almost deafening, a reminder that even silence requires vigilance. If you breathe too loudly, someone awake will scold you for disturbing the peace. You want to close your eyes to surrender to oblivion, but your mind drifts into an anxious checklist. Did you leave the water poured into the pans? Did you damp the tea cloth as instructed? Did you dim the lamps at the proper angle so light didn't leak beneath the family's door? Each unchecked item gnaws at you sharper than any physical fatigue. Suddenly, a soft knock echoes from beyond your door, and you tense. Could it be the housekeeper seeking you for a midnight errand, or merely the wind rattling against the frame? You lift the small lantern from the floor and edge toward the door heart, fluttering like a trapped bird. You peer through the peephole. Mr. Green, the young footman, stands with a letter beneath his arm. "Penny, for your thoughts," he whispers, voice barely louder than the hush in a cathedral. A joke. If he's selling thoughts by the pound, he's undercharging compared to the going rate for imagination. You unlock the latch and step out, careful not to disturb anyone else's slumber. He slips the folded paper into your hand. It's from your sister, postmarked 6 days ago. You recognize the scrawl, news of her new baby, news of the farm flourishing somehow, despite the drought, news of home you never thought you'd miss more deeply. For a fragment of a moment, the reality of this room's 4 walls, 6 beds, and 1 solitary oil lamp seems miles away, like a sepia-toned photograph of a life you're not living. A quirky detail servant sometimes sent letters by sewing coins into their hem, hoping a passerby might pick them up. If caught, they were accused of theft, not thrift. You've never tested the theory. Historians still argue whether postal regulations for servant mail were as stringent as they seemed, or purposefully enforced to limit social mobility. You let their debate wait, folding the letter into your dress pocket. Mr. Green whispers a farewell and retreats into the hallway, closing the door so softly you barely hear it. You slip back into bed, finger brushing the letter's rough paper through your skirt. A rush of warmth flares in your chest, equal parts hope and guilt. For once you feel a flicker of personal space, a secret correspondence that belongs to you alone. But as sleep tugs at your eyelids, you remember how precarious privacy truly is here. The moment you drift into slumber, the ghosts of the house's expectations creep into your dreams. You recall something you read recently. Historians still argue whether these communal quarters serve to foster solidarity or to enforce a sense of surveillance, ensuring no servant step too far out of line. In your heart, you know both are true. You whisper to the room, solidarity, and you shiver at the thought of surveillance. You snuggle deeper under the scratchy blanket, clutching your sister's letter to your chest. The oil lamp sputters, casting your shadow across the rough wooden floorboards, shadows that twist into shapes. You recognize the shapes of dreams, fears, and memories. You realize that even here, in this crowded, claustrophobic space, your mind roams free. Finally, fatigue conquers anxiety. Your breath evens out, and the lamp's glow softens until you see only faint outlines, the narrow plank floor, the sagging wooden beams, the faint glow of moonlight squeezing through a split in the curtains. In that slender beam of light, you find a hidden opportunity to rest. The hush grows deeper still, and you drift into sleep, hoping that with dawn's arrival, a fleeting moment of solitude might return, if only long enough to read another letter. By the fading glow of this shared lamp, you rise before dawn again, but today feels different. There's a persistent rasp in your lungs, as if the hush of the night's sleep never truly reached your chest. You step into the corridor, each footstep a reminder of how your body has slowly become an unwitting museum of ailments. In section 6, you tucked your sister's letter in your pocket, clinging to that moment of privacy like a talisman. Now you trudge toward the laundry boiler room, where the steam and heat mingle into a haze that settles in your lungs, igniting that tickle you can't clear. A mainstream historical fact, Victorian servants often inhaled coal soot and kitchen smoke, contributing to chronic bronchitis and respiratory issues. Some studies suggest up to 30% of household staff suffered persistent coughs from inhaled pollutants. You open the heavy door and feel the blast of humid air like a hot wave crashing against your chest. The boiler's iron pipes gleam with condensation, and the boiler's roar is almost sentient, as if it knows how many souls are suffocating in its steam. You lean forward, filling buckets with water heated by firebox coils, and as you lift each bucket, your arms tremble, muscles weakened by nights spent half awake. A fringe tidbit: some servants believed that breathing through a piece of sponge soaked in brandy would filter out soot particles. Whether that actually helped or just made your breath smell faintly of overripe oranges, historians still argue whether such improvised filters provided any real protection or simply offered false hope to the desperately tired. The pounding of your feet echoes off the damp stone walls as you carry buckets of scalding water to the wash house. You set them down and step back, wiping silk-like sweat from your brow. A joke forms. If you could bottle this sweat, you might sell it as eau de soute, the latest trend among industrial magnates. You step into the wash house, where stacks of soiled linens, starched collars, smeared aprons, and lace-edged handkerchiefs wait for your scrub. You lower the washboard into the bucket, and your knuckles blanch as you press the linens against the ridges. Each scrub releases a cloud of steam laced with chemicals from the lye soap chemicals that sometimes burn the backs of your hands despite the thin cotton gloves you drag from your apron pocket. Leeches squirm in a small glass jar perched on the washhouse shelf. You glance at them, recalling the head nurse in Section 6 fetching them for Mrs. Jenkins, who claimed she felt heavy in the humors. A light joke, if those leeches applauded, they'd be the most enthusiastic audience you've ever faced. Leech therapy was a fringe medical practice. Some believed that sucking out bad blood relieved headaches, persistent coughs, or general malaise. Historians still argue whether these ministrations truly alleviated ailments or merely weakened the patient further. You shiver as a leech slithers against the glass, waiting for breakfast of your own blood. You reach for a soiled sheet and begin scrubbing the ridges, biting into the damp fabric like tiny combs. The steam thickens, forcing you to wipe your vision clear. Your hands slip on the washboard, and the cold water touches your wrists, sending a tremor through your arm. You catch your breath, recalling the bracing cold you felt in Section 2 when washing your face at the scullery. That dagger of contrast sticks in your mind, freezing touch of the scullery tap versus the furnace-like heat of the wash house. A joke you'd trade half your shifts just to enjoy a lukewarm bath. Without someone yelling, "Make haste." Your throat tightens and a cough escapes, sharp, sudden, echoing off the stone floor. You shut your eyes, leaning against the wash house wall as your chest spasms. You taste iron in your mouth, the legacy of that cough from yesterday that you tried to ignore. A fringe notion circulating among the laundry staff is that gargling with salt water and vinegar would clear your throat, though the sour burn often left you gagging. Historians still argue whether such home remedies prevented infections or unknowingly spread bacteria among the staff. You swallow, forcing the taste down, and glance at the rows of linens waiting to be washed, folded, and delivered, all flawless and crisp for display in the morning. You steel yourself, wiping sweat and soot from your face, then bend forward to dunk the sheet again, the sweaty weight of it pulling on your weakened arms. The steamy vapors rise, clinging to your lungs like invisible prisoners. A mainstream historical fact scullery and laundry staff frequently contracted tuberculosis, exacerbated by damp conditions and constant contact with waterborne bacteria. The mortality rate among servants for TB was disproportionately high, with some households reporting multiple cases per year. You finish scrubbing one load and kneel to wring out the heavy fabric, your knees protesting as though they've been stoned them for months, because they have. You drag the wrung sheets to a set of wooden racks where you hang them to dry. As you stretch your arms, a fleeting thought crosses your mind. At least the dampness doesn't burn my lungs. You exhale only to catch the faint odor of mildew mixed with boiled starch, scents of labor that cling to everything you touch. Turning to the boiler again, you gather another batch of linens. Before you plunge into the next cycle, you step aside to adjust the boiler's valves. Steam hisses as you twist the metal wheel, and in that brief moment, you feel the boiler's heat practically singeing the back of your neck. A joke, if you ever needed to forge a metal unwillingly, you could just press your back against the boiler long enough. But such thoughts are terrible distractions. The mistress expects crisp linens and no squeaks or stains at sunrise. You remember that in Section 2, you poured boiling water for tea, and in Section 3, you boiled eggs without burning yourself. This is different here. The risk of third-degree burns is constant, an inescapable dance between steam and metal. Each valve you turn reminds you that your body is the vessel through which the house's dignity flows. You jiggle the valve and gingerly step back, avoiding a jet of steam that bursts forth like a dragon's breath. You flinch heart-pounding, but the linens won't wait. Your cough returns softer this time, but each spasm sends a twinge through your ribs. You press a hand over your mouth, apologizing to the empty room for the sound. A fringe tactic you heard whispered, rubbing tobacco-infused salve on your chest to quiet the cough. However, that only served to coat your lungs in sticky residue, making breathing feel like drowning slowly. Historians still argue whether such salves improve circulation or simply masked symptom severity. You refused to try it. The smell alone seemed like admitting defeat. Cloth now stacked, you moved toward a small alcohol lamp where a tin of mustard plasters rests. Mrs. Jenkins once applied a mustard plaster to her husband's chest. When he had pneumonia, thick mustard seeds spread on cloth heated and slapped on bare skin to draw out lung obstructions. A mainstream historical fact, mustard plasters were widely used in Victorian households to treat respiratory ailments, though they often left jellyfish-like burns when applied too hot. Some families kept a stock of mustard seed in the larder specifically for such emergencies. Your chest tightens at the memory, the red welt beneath her husband's shirt that she scrubbed raw the next day, believing it a small price for easing his breath. You wonder whether to attempt it for your persistent cough, but decide against it. Your skin is already raw from coal dust and scalding water. A joke if the mustard plaster left you looking like a boiled lobster. At least you'd match the house's decor, warm red and blistering under scrutiny. Shaking off the memory, you concentrate on the path to the bleach station. The sun's first light filters through a small window high on the wall, striking dust motes, so they dance like lazy fireflies. That momentary beauty offers a flicker of relief, an invitation to forget the steam that clings to your lungs, and the soot that has inked your skin for days. Yet, underlying everything is the weight of imminent illness. You dump the used scrub water into a trough attached to a drain, the murky liquid swirling like muddy eddies before disappearing. A fringe rumor suggests that some laundry staff added slaked lime to the water, believing it purified the drain and protected the household's water supply from contamination. Historians still argue whether such practices prevented cholera outbreaks or simply pH shifted one problem into another. You consider that next time you have a free moment, if such a thing ever truly exists. The bleach station awaits wooden barrels filled with hot water and chlorine-based lye designed to whiten linens until they gleam like fresh snow. You lift a damp sheet and submerge it in the barrel, feeling the tart, stinging sensation as lye leaches into the fibers. Your fingers tingle as though kissed by tiny eels, but you press on, agitating the linen until it floats like a drifting sail. A joke if someone ever asked for a tea leaf reading from you. You could produce it by squeezing this bleach water. The patterns might predict your demise. As the sheet soaks, you take a moment to catch your breath hands resting on the barrel's rim. Your chest feels empty, as though the boiler's steam stole something irreparable. You recall that in Section 5, your lunch consisted of meager broth and tough potatoes meals that do nothing to nourish a body besieged by soot and steam. You pity the tubercular coughs echoing in the far-off corners of the house, wondering which of your fellow servants will be next to succumb. The steam from the bleach barrel fogs your vision, reminding you that your sight too is imperiled by the constant glare of heat and chemicals. A fringe practice you overheard, dabbing a bit of animal fat near the eyes to reduce opacity, though few dared try it for fear of inviting blindness. Historians still argue whether such home remedies stemmed from ancient Roman techniques or were simply desperate measures conjured at midnight fevers. You blink rapidly, ensuring your vision remains clear enough to spot any stains on the linen. You haul the sheet from the bleach dripping with chemicals and move it to the rinsing trough cold water, extinguishing the lie's sting. The fabric emerges pristine, but at what cost? Your skin itches where the bleach dried in yesterday, a sizzling memory of scalded tissue. You shiver in the damp morning breeze drifting through the open window, goosebumps rising on your arms as though greeting unseen phantoms. Steeling yourself, you carry the sheet to the drying rack, your arms shaking now not just from fatigue, but from the knowledge that your body is fraying faster than the threads you mend. You pinch your lips to hide the tremor of tears. Vulnerability here is a currency you cannot spend. You align the sheet as neatly as your soul allows, smoothing out wrinkles. So the final result will reflect perfection. Your lungs tighten again, and you cough, leaning against the wooden frame for support. A joke flits through your tired mind. If coughing is the symphony of illness, then this laundry hall is a grand concert hall. But laughter is a luxury reserved for those with lungs still intact. You swallow back any further sound, determined not to draw attention. Attention might mean being sent home for convalescence, which sounds heavenly, until you recall that home means destitution. As you step away, leaving the linens to dry, you glance back at the stretch of white fabric billowing like sails against the cobblestones outside. In that moment, you sense a fragile victory. You've made the linens bright and spotless, and though your lungs ache, they still carry breath. A mainstream historical fact, during Victorian times, white linens symbolized service and status. Families competed to showcase the brightest sheet, and a single smudge could be perceived as servant incompetence. You inhale deeply, tasting the faint chlorinated tang on the air, a reminder that your sacrifice often goes unnoticed. You push open the heavy door, the rush of cold air meeting the boiler's residual heat. Your lungs protest, but you force yourself to breathe evenly, determined not to show weakness. A final fringe note: some veteran servants slipped small hand-stitched sachets of lavender into their pockets as a makeshift inhaler, believing the scent soothed their lungs. Historians still argue whether aromatherapy had any measurable impact or simply played on the placebo effect. But you tuck a sachet into your apron anyway, hopeful that it might dull the sharp edges of your cough. Emerging into the corridor, You feel the cool morning air fill your chest. Though it stings, it reminds you that even within this house's oppressive walls, fresh air occasionally seeps in. You wipe your hands on your apron, the fabric gritty from lye residue, and steel yourself for the day's next demands, polishing silver in the drawing room, setting the tea table by the parlor, and perhaps collecting water for the mistress's bath. Exhaustion pulls at the edges of your consciousness, but you press onward because failure is not an option. You think of your sister's letter again tucked close to your heart, and let that memory propel you forward. In this realm of soot and steam, your body may falter, but your resolve has yet to break. Each ragged breath is another testament to your endurance, reminding you that despite the cook's steam and the laundry's bleach, you remain the unseen force powering this grand Victorian home. You step into the kitchen just as the sun crests the horizon and the heat hits you like a fierce brush fire. In summer, the kitchen often reaches temperatures exceeding 100 degrees Fahrenheit, the air thick with steam and the scent of boiling fats. A mainstream historical fact, Victorian kitchens relied on coal and wood-fired ranges that produced intense, unregulated heat, making summer shifts almost unbearable. Already sweat beads at your hairline, and you wonder how glass could melt under this furnace-like brutality. A joke if someone told you they wanted to spoil you with some warmth. Clearly, they had never spent an hour scrubbing pots here in August. You wrap damp cloths around your neck, an improvised ice pack, one of the odd coping rituals whispered among staff. Some servants dipped the cloth in vinegar-infused water, believing the acidity helped stave off heat-induced fainting. Historians still argue whether vinegar-soaked rags truly lowered body temperature or simply made you smell like pickles, unpleasant enough that no one could verify its efficacy without fainting anyway. You tie the cloth carefully, hoping it doesn't slip into the ragged seam of your apron and stain everything you touch. The range's coils hum as the cook, Mrs. Thompson, slides a roasting joint into a gigantic brass pan. You inhale fat sizzles, sending rivulets of grease spattering. You hoist a pan of water to the sink, bracing for the moment it barrels forth and scalds your elbow. No one warned you that boiling water in summer feels like the sun's own tears. A fringe tidbit, some kitchen maids stationed bowls of water with ice cubes in strategic corners, calling them mistress's tears, hoping the family mistook them for cooling decorations rather than your desperate bid to breathe. Needless to say, when the mistress noticed a stray ice cube in the hallway last year, she demanded to know which servant had sacrificed half their ration to embellish the decor. You fish out a handful of ice from the basin, a luxury that required you to cajole the footman Thomas into providing ice from the icebox in the pantry. You recall in Section 3 how he once slipped you a slice of bacon. Now he hands over a chipped enamel bowl of melting cubes. You thank him quietly while Mrs. Jenkins's hawk-like inspection nearly roasts you more than the kitchen fire. Attempting to place the bowl on the cool marble windowsill, you feel a flicker of hope that at least your center won't sizzle into oblivion. A joke if you could just lie in that bowl, submerge your shoulders, perhaps you'd emerge as an entirely new, less sweaty person. But you drain the bowl into the sink, noticing the steam spiraling up like ghosts of summer, accusing you of weakness. Your next chore baking bread for the family's midday meal. The dough must rise in a small alcove near the hearth, where the ambient warmth carries yeast into full bloom. You knead the dough on a wooden table, and the sweat drips off your temples onto the flour-dusted surface, creating little rivulets that sink into the cloud-white mass. Even the birds outside seem to pant. A mainstream fact, Victorian bakers often distinguish between cool and hot bread. In sweltering months, they shortened rising times to prevent spoilage from bacterial growth. You flick a speck of flour from your cheek and think of how every task is now measured in sweat milestones, how many ragged breaths you take per loaf, how many towels you soak into buckets every hour. You shape the loaves and slide them onto a plank, pushing them toward the stifling oven. You hear the hiss as they meet the fire's embrace. A joke, if those loaves could speak, they'd scream for mercy too, but at least you wouldn't be dragging them across the room. You retreat a few paces, seeking a less blazing spot near a small window, yet the breeze is nothing more than warm sighs, like the house's own exasperation. You dab your face with a chewed handkerchief, tasting salt and dust. This handkerchief has seen better days. In winter, you once used it to stifle a cough, but today it doubles as your poor man's towel. Sometimes you wonder why not drape a wet sheet over the doorway to create an instant air-conditioned curtain. A fringe rumor says some rebellious groups of maids tried that only to find themselves scrubbing and rehanging the drenched linens 5 times a day. Historians still argue whether any household actually allowed such blatant attempts at comfort or simply punished the offenders for wasting precious fabric. By midday, the kitchen's tile floor radiates heat back through the soles of your shoes, a perpetual reminder that there is no escape. You drain a pot of water intending to refill it for tea, but the handle is so hot you nearly drop it. You curse under your breath, pressing a corner of your skirt to test if it's cool enough to grasp. Meanwhile, Mrs. Thompson stirs a vat of stew, her face flushed like a boiled lobster. She jokes, "Maybe we'll find a market for our sweat next summer." You manage a hollow chuckle, because the last thing anyone needs is a broken stunt, mixing culinary puns with the broiling kitchen. Your shift continues, stoking the fire, balancing trays of meat, constantly mopping up spills that turn to steam on contact. At 3 p.m., you're sent to fetch fresh drinking water for the staff, an unspoken reward for surviving this inferno. You trudge through the corridor, arms clinging to the unsteady bucket, evading the mistress's quick-eyed harm. On the way, you pass the grand staircase. The family's wing holds air that's at least 10 degrees cooler, and you catch a glimpse of the mistress fanning herself with a lace handkerchief, her eyebrow ever so slightly arched. You absorb that moment, pretending it doesn't sting, then whisk the bucket around the corner, snickering at the idea of offering them your sweat-laced water as a summer treat. By late afternoon, the kitchen's heat has drained the color from your face, so you slip into the corridor to cool down. The marble floors underfoot are like a lukewarm bath, and you press a cool palm to your damp forehead. A joke bobs to mind: if you ever find a house that runs entirely on ice, sign me up. But that's impossible. Coal was king, and ice felt like a privileged commodity reserved for sick children and the family's lemonade. A mainstream fact, ice was expensive harvested from frozen ponds in winter and stored in insulated cellars. By June, it was rationed tightly for refrigeration and medicinal uses. That's why you've been forced to ration your daily ice supply like a miser hoarding gold, using only a handful to drape around your neck, with the rest reserved for later, if you happen to survive the afternoon. As twilight beckons, you take over the task of stoking the range back to medium heat, ensuring the coals won't die out before dinner. You know that fall is coming, and with it, the kitchen's reprieve from this scorching crucible. But winter brings its own hell. In December, the servants' attic quarters freeze so hard that your breath stains the egregiously poor curtains, and your night clogs snap with a crack, as if the wood is splitting apart. A quirky alternative, some resourceful servants stuffed their shoes with shredded newspaper and rags, shouting at them to huddle like penguins for warmth. Historians still debate whether these methods constituted clever adaptation or an epic sign of negligence by employers. You recall the attic as you slip upstairs, savoring the momentary relief of the cooler corridor air. Yet, when you reach the servant quarters, you feel a spike of dread. Every surface is coated in frost. The window panes look like stained glass, but instead of color, they show jagged ice floes. You know that eventually the mistress will seal the windows at night, but until then, your breath makes little clouds as you enter. Your bunk, crammed between two others, already has a layer of frost lining the blanket. You slip off your damp dress and tug on a pair of woolen long johns that you wear only in the coldest months. Each fiber feels scratchier than the last, but you accept the discomfort in exchange for a chance to survive the night. A mainstream fact, many servants slept in layers of clothes and wrapped in blankets even inside the house, because attics were rarely heated. Some houses provided small charcoal braziers, but those posed fire risks and often violated household rules. A fringe practice, a few daring souls would boil water and fill flannel bags, tucking them into their cotton petticoats for body-warming therapy. Historians still argue whether these hot water bags were widespread or whether landlords confiscated them, citing safety violations. The result, however, remained the same. Rigid rules meant servants paid the price for comfort. You light a tallow candle to ward off the absolute darkness that blankets the attic after the last lantern is extinguished. Flickering light dances on the rough floorboards as though mocking your attempt to create warmth. You unzip your apron, setting it aside, and see that the frost from your clothes clings to your sleeve like crystals torn from a sleeping dragon's cave. You shiver, goosebumps racing across your arms, and tug the blanket higher around yourself. A joke, if you cuddle close enough, maybe Martha's snoring will generate enough body heat to toast marshmallows between us. But, of course, these quarters are too cramped to even think of such luxury. Outside, the wind howls through the eaves, rattling shingles like bones in a crypt. A mainstream fact, many Victorian homes weren't properly sealed against drafts, and servants' quarters often sat in the leakiest parts of the house, attics and cellars exposing staff to frostbite and chronic rheumatism. The latter affliction led to many servants hobbling about with twisted knees, what the doctor called housemaid's knee, or pleuritic chills. You rub your knuckles, recalling how last year you pulled a muscle-hauling coal and spent weeks limping. A joke if I wanted to know what my bones sounded like when they crack. I would have signed up for a dance class instead. You settle onto your straw mattress now no better than a frozen plank, wrapping the scratchy blanket tighter. Your limbs tingle, feeling less like body parts and more like frozen pears stacked on a pantry shelf. The thin walls offer no respite from the biting wind, and you can almost taste the frost in your mouth. To keep warm, you press your knees to your chest and tuck your chin down like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. You recall in Section 6 how Martha and Ella whispered about secret alcoves. Here you can't imagine any hiding spot that offers warmth, only the cold that seeps through your bones. A quirky tidbit: some servants tucked dried lavender and dried hops into their blankets, believing the combined aroma banished the biting sensation of frost. Historians still argue whether these aromatic combinations merely masked the cold or genuinely increased warmth via psychological effects. You draw in a breath filled with peppery lavender fumes and allow your mind to wander, hoping the scent offers a fleeting distraction from the numbness creeping over your limbs. You recall carrying ice cubes earlier today. Now those cubes seem as mythical as a ticket out of service. If only you could wrap that bowl of melting ice around yourself now, perhaps it would feel divine compared to this. A joke, it's twisted, that you'd prefer to sweat in summer rather than freeze in winter. But hope takes strange forms in this house. You shift slightly, realizing that Martha's cot is so close that if she rolls over, you'll wake her. Neither of you can afford that mutual betrayal. Sleepers cannot disturb sleepers, lest Mrs. Jenkins deduce you're both sleeping when you should be working. Your eyelids droop, weighed down like snow-laden branches, each breath a fight against the cold shock to your lungs. You draw the blanket even tighter, limbs tucked in like a burrito with fraying edges, and close your eyes. Outside, the winds howl crescendos, and you sense that the house itself is breathing a leviathan of stone and lumber, indifferent to the lives it shelters. You remember the counterpoint of these seasons. In summer, your muscles burn from heat. In winter, your bones ache from cold. Each extreme demands a unique survival tactic, yet neither offers comfort. As sleep claims you, you cling to a single thought: this too shall pass, because seasons, like servitude, change eventually. And perhaps when spring returns, you'll once again smell warmth in the air, not from coal and ovens, but from budding possibility. Beyond these walls, you slip down the dimly lit corridor, weaving between pot smoke and empty kettles, drawn by a hushed chorus of voices emanating from the servants' hall, a place as alive with whispered secrets as any London street at twilight. Tonight, the hall's oak floorboards seem to buckle slightly under the weight of anticipation. You linger just outside the door, catching snippets of conversation, a full orchestra of conspiratorial psts and stifled giggles. A mainstream historical fact: Victorian servants often relied on gossip and shared information networks as a means to survive, convey warnings about harsh punishments, or swap tips on procuring contraband sugar. Whether gossip was mere idle chatter or a tool of solidarity remains a matter of historical debate. Historians still argue whether these networks empowered servants or simply spread paranoia. You press your ear gently to the door, careful not to announce your presence with a squeaky floorboard. Inside, the servants' hall is framed by narrow benches, each occupied by a tight cluster of kitchen maids, footmen and housemaids leaning in toward one another as if huddling against the cold. A low lantern flickers at the center of the room, casting dancing shadows that exaggerate expressions, eyebrows arching like drawn bows, hands fluttering with excitement. You spot Mrs. Jenkins perched near the hearth, the head maid's face lit by both the fire's glow and a mischievous grin. She holds court over a clutch of younger maids, including Betsy, whose wide eyes seem to soak up every morsel of scandal. You step inside, greeted by a thin wave of damp aprons and warmed cocoa, evidence that someone has smuggled cocoa powder from the family's larder. A quirky rumor has it that cocoa was so precious, some servants believed a cocoa bean could be bartered for a week's extra rations. Historians still argue whether that barter system ever truly existed or was little more than a comfort myth to keep morale high. Tonight, though, you're less interested in barter and more in belonging to this clandestine congregation. You slide onto a bench beside Louise, whose needle-thin frame is sheathed in a threadbare shawl. She glances around before whispering, "Have you heard about Miss Pringle?" You shake your head, leaning closer. She continues, "Apparently, she caught Mr. Hargreaves, the cook's assistant, sneaking jam into his pocket last week. He thought he was clever, but the butler spotted him, and now Miss Pringle has to scrub the pantry floor with her bare hands at dawn." A schadenfreude-laced laughter ripples through the group. A light joke forms on your lips. If Mr. Hargreaves wanted jam that badly, perhaps he could have offered the mistress a show of culinary prowess instead of pocketing preserves. But you swallow the humor, mindful that open laughter might attract the housekeeper's unwelcome notice. Gossip is a double-edged sword. On one hand, it binds you to your colleagues in shared misfortune. On the other, it subjects you to fears of betrayal. After all, the butler's ears are rumored to carry gossip straight to the mistress's ears faster than any penned letter through the post. In Section 6, you tucked your sister's letter safely away, trusting Mr. Green with your secret. Here, however, personal secrets feel less secure. A mainstream fact-servant communities in the late 19th century often formed tight-knit circles in which loyalty was prized. Yet, an informant could earn a few shillings by trading a colleague's misdeeds to a vigilant overseer. Historians still argue whether this dynamic fostered genuine community or a climate of suspicion. You glance at Louise, noticing the tremor in her fingers as she threads a needle, stabbing at the needle's blind end, as though anchoring her nerves to something tangible. A hush falls when Mrs. Jenkins speaks again, her voice low but clear enough for every ear. "I've got news from the East Wing," she says, and the circle leans in so close you can feel the heat of their bodies. Miss Fairfax, the young lady's maid, she's been meeting with Mr. Clark from the stables behind the stables. Hidden rendezvous in the hayloft at dusk. The group gasps as though a scandalous ballad has been revealed in real time. "You think he truly loves her?" asks one kitchen maid, her voice betraying both fascination and jealousy. You run through a mental checklist, the hayloft hidden door behind the tack room, that cracked beam you accessed in Section 4 when delivering the telegram. It all fits like pieces in a puzzle. A quirky detail. Some servants believe the hayloft straw warmed by the sun provided a discreet sanctuary where whispered promises felt like sunbeams on skin. Whether those promises held beyond the scent of hay was another debate entirely. Historians still argue whether servant romances were lasting bonds or flights of fancy, doomed by duty and class. You sipped the thin cocoa, hoping to swallow down any lingering dread. A joke brims, if I had a penny for every servant who believed their forbidden romance would last beyond the hayloft's warmth, I'd have enough to buy fresh tea leaves. But you keep that quip locked away, knowing that here, even humor can be weaponized against you. Imagine the mistress overhearing you mock servant love, then roaring for you to scrub her boots in humiliation. Instead, you nod gravely, as though you're prepared to believe the gossip of your career rests on this ellipse of concern. Louise's embroidery needle hisses through fabric as she tries to look as unconcerned as possible, but you note the flush rising in her cheeks. This might be the talk of the town come tomorrow's chores. Solidarity arises in the smallest gestures, a wink, a nod, a split ration of bread. You stretch out a crust of stale wholemeal loaf and slide it toward Betsy, who takes it with gratitude. Rumor is that slipping another servant food could be an act of defiance. Historians still argue whether discreet acts of sharing helped prevent mutinous thoughts or simply deepened the mistress's belief that servants were ungrateful thieves. But as Betsy dips her head in thanks, you feel an ember of camaraderie spark between you. In this cramped world of coal and schedule boards, small kindnesses can feel revolutionary. Suddenly, the door creaks open, and the housekeeper's silhouette appears in the hallway. The hall's lantern flickers, making her eyes slits of scrutiny before she even steps inside. Every breath catches as her gaze scans the room like the guest's portrait. In Section 4, her stare seems to detect sin with surgical precision. She pauses. Someone in the circle freezes mid-whisper, and you feel the silent tension crackle through the air. The housekeeper raises a single eyebrow, an act so loaded it might as well be a sentence. You pull your shawl tighter around your shoulders, pretending to inspect a frayed hem in your apron, your knuckles white with the pretense of nonchalance. After a heartbeat that stretches like taffy, she veers toward the corkboard where chores are posted for tomorrow, snapping the hall's tension like a brittle twig. You exhale, letting relief fill the vacant spaces in your lungs. A joke threatens. If Mrs. Jenkins ever had a dime for every time her glare cleared a room of gossipers, she'd own half of London. Yet you remain silent, knowing that the conflict between off-the-record solidarity and the ever-present fear of exposure is the invisible thread that stitches your day-to-day survival. Once the housekeeper vanishes, the murmurs resume quiet as secret prayers. You settle back in your hand, skimming your apron pocket to touch the letter from your sister. Albeit in Section 6, you hid it from these very walls. Here, in this rarefied haze of camaraderie and caution, you feel a pang of envy. These servants trust one another with fractions of their humanity, while you hoard your connection to home like a hidden ember of hope. Someone passes around a jug of weak tea, and you lift your chipped tin cup, bracing. for the bitter taste. A mainstream fact tea among servants was often watered down or mixed with dandelion root to stretch limited supplies. Yet that same cup held the warmth of shared resistance, a small but potent reminder that the mistress's demands might be tempered by collective defiance. Talk shifts to yesterday's near disaster, a pair of new silver candlesticks polished by you in Section 3. Someone whispers that the butler nearly collapsed when he spotted a single fingerprint, a blemish on perfection. The group chuckles, but you feel your cheeks flush, heart fluttering in recognition. You owe that whisper for letting you know to repolish the candlestick cover when the rest of your tasks were already bleeding into your bones. A childlike longing flits through you. What if you could tell your sister that you polished something more enduring than silver, like a promise of escape? Instead, you turn the conversation to brighter prospects. The annual servants' picnic at the edge of Hyde Park next month, where you might trade envious glances for a taste of real freedom. Fringe rumors suggest that the mistress might allow a half-day leave for select servants. Historians still argue whether such allowances were sincere rewards or merely a tool to groom obedience. Either way, the possibility of sun-dappled grass underfoot and not a marble floor sparkles in your mind. Someone produces a scrap of buttered toast, sharing it with anyone who wants a nibble, an unspoken pact that tonight at least hunger will not be a lonely burden. You nibble tentatively, savoring the rich flavor as though it were ambrosia. The flickering lantern's glow makes the toast's golden crust look like a treasure, igniting a spark of childlike delight that feels almost forbidden. A joke threatens to slip free. If you could tax every serviceable crumb of toast in this room, you'd pay off your passage to a new life. But you swallow it down with the bread, aware that even your thoughts must be tempered by the knowledge that a single misstep could shatter this fragile bubble of solidarity. The clock in the main hall chimes 10 times each, toll a jolt reminding you that time is an unrelenting taskmaster. It's curfew, someone whispers. You rise, bending forward in a practiced curtsy to Mrs. Jenkins, who watches with inscrutable eyes. Sheltering your secret letter and newfound solidarity behind a veneer of fatigue, you shuffle toward the door. Louise joins you, and you both share a brief conspiratorial nod, a subversive pact that tomorrow, come rain or shine, you'll share one more crumb of hope under the mistress's nose. As you step into the hallway, the hush of the servants' hall lingers behind you, a subtle warmth in the cold stone walls. You breathe in the residue of camaraderie, the aroma of cocoa, the low hum of collective resilience. A mainstream historical fact, many servant communities developed oral traditions, ballads, jokes, stories that helped form a communal identity and preserve a shared sense of self. Whether those traditions fostered genuine connection or masked exploitation remains a subject of debate. Historians still argue if servant culture was a site of resistance or simply a coping mechanism. You wander down the corridor toward the scullery door, mind afloat on whispered promises of a gentler future. A quirky notion tumbles through your thoughts. Perhaps one day someone will pay you to simply listen to their troubles, not scrub, not polish, but just listen. That thought makes you smile, brief and fragile, but undeniably yours. The cold draft from the open scullery door greets you like a slap, yanking you back to reality. You tuck your shawl around your shoulders, finger the letter in your pocket, and steel yourself for whatever the night still demands. Echoes of loyalty, strands of gossip, and that one shared slice of toast, murmuring tales of solidarity. You step over the threshold, inhaling the familiar sting of soapy water, and promise yourself that no matter how much power they wield over your body and schedule, your heart remains untamed. In the hush of the corridors and the glow of the servants' hall, you find a kinship that no mistress's glare can erase, a solidarity whispered in shadows, a quiet rebellion carried in crumbs and confessions, and a hope that even in this house of unrelenting demands, you are never truly alone. You wake to the muffled clatter of pots downstairs and the echo of a child's whimpering cough, a sound that reverberates through the cold walls and lodges itself in your chest like a stubborn ember. You manage to catch 2 hours of sleep before the house demanded your presence once more, but now you remember that outside your door in the corner bunk, a child servant named Emily stirs awake. She's no older than 10, her face pale in the flickering lantern light, and you know she's about to descend into a world built for adults. In her thin nightdress, she looks like a lost bird, a mainstream historical fact by 1876. The Factory Acts raised the minimum working age to 10, but domestic service fell under a murky legal gray area, allowing children younger than that to be employed without clear oversight. You slip from your own bed quiet as a shadow and step into the corridor toward Emily's bunk. The narrow wooden railings stand too high for her little frame. You gently shake her shoulder. Her eyes flutter open. She coughs again, a harsh rattling sound that makes you wince. You carry a small tin cup of water you filled at the scullery tap earlier, hoping the cool relief might stave off the tickle in her throat. Here you whisper, handing it to her. Her lips cracked and chapped part to sip, and you watch as the relief flickers across her face, brief as a candle's flame in a drafty hall. A fringe tidbit rumor among staff claimed that some households mixed molasses into water to ease children's coughs, using sweetness to mask the bitter taste of vinegar. Historians still argue whether such mixtures offered any real medicinal benefit or simply prolonged sugar-induced sugar highs. Emily sets the cup aside, eyes widening, as she notices her bare feet tucked into threadbare stockings, a fact you're all too familiar with. Her shoes are tattered soles, nearly worn through, forcing her to walk as though constantly on hot coals. She stands to follow you, but leans against the rough-hewn banister, gasping. You press a reassuring hand to her back, feeling her tiny spine under the thin fabric. "It's just me," you say softly. "You have chores today," she croaks. She nods, head bowed. "Fetch water, sweep the pantry, feed the cat." Her voice is so small, you half wonder if she fears you'll vanish if she speaks too loudly. You guide her toward the scullery door, each step a slow battle. The stairs groan under the weight of your combined bodies, your protective weight leaning over her frail form. A joke forms, but you swallow it. Would you like a unicorn to carry you instead? But your voice betrays the sarcasm, and she grips your sleeve tighter. You steady her until you reach the bottom of the stairs, the kitchen's warm haze greeting you both like a persistent rave. You set Emily on a low stool by the scullery basin where you've already placed a small bowl of lukewarm water and a dollop of soap. Wash your hands. First, you say, guiding her fingers into the water. She meekly does so, the skin on her knuckles reddening in the contrast between cold water and her thin skin. You work quickly, scrubbing away last night's soot that clings in a stubborn layer under her fingernails. A mainstream historical fact, children in domestic service were expected to perform the same tasks as adults, cooking, cleaning, laundering, often before their bones had fully matured. You warm another tin cup of water by dipping the bowl into the steaming kettle, hoping the added warmth will help soothe her throat. Emily's cough returns gentler this time, but persistent. You pour a spoonful of the lukewarm, soapy water into a small bowl of freshly drawn water mixed with a pinch of salt you managed to keep from last night's crusts. Gargle, you instruct, tilting the bowl under her chin. She obeys, her cheeks hollow, and you stand by with a damp towel to catch drips. The effort alone seems to tire her. A fringe claim among the younger staff insisted that rubbing a slice of raw onion under the nose could ward off coughs. Historians still argue whether such folk practices had any efficacy or merely served as distractions from deeper respiratory issues. Once the water task is done, you lead Emily to the pantry where a short broom and dustpan await. The pantry's floor is strewn with crumbs and scuffed footprints, relics of the family's Last Supper. You watch as she sweeps with stiff, halting motions, her small hands barely spanning the broom handle. Her joints creak under effort, a reminder that childhood here isn't a season of play, but a sentence of labor. You step in to adjust her stance, demonstrating how to push crumbs toward the cold stone door. Bend your knees, you instruct, not your back. Even that small piece of advice makes her nod, though her eyes betray fatigue. You recall that in Section 5 the child scullery girl struggled with a similar broom, and you realize these children never had a chance to be carefree. As Emily sweeps you, gather a small pile of leftover bread from a dusty ledge, crumbs too large to be wasted. She glances at it, hunger flickering in her eyes. You gesture for her to break it into smaller bits, then set them aside in a small bowl labeled "For Whiskers," the household cat who dines on scraps. You think of all the families who would pay a shilling for a bowl of such crumbs, but here, in this mansion, cats dine better than children. A joke flirts on the edge of your lips. Serve the cat first, then the mistress, then us. Or did I get that order wrong? You bite your tongue, fearing Emily might take offense, or the head cook might overhear and widen the gap between children and cats. Next, you guide Emily into the pantry's cramped kitchen corner, where a small iron kettle sits on an ever-simmering flame. Here, you pull the kettle off with a flourish born of habit, steam swirling like ghosts. Irrigate the pantry floor by pouring an inch of water and scrubbing. With this, you instruct, handing her a small scrub brush. She dips it into the cool water, scrubbing the wood with determination that belies her size. You recognize the rhythm, left, right, almost a dance, but one whose music is choreographed by need rather than joy. A mainstream fact, even children who showed signs of physical frailty were kept at work until they broke. Leaving service meant potential abandonment, so they endured injuries for fear of the workhouse. As Emily sloshes water to create soapy bubbles, you spot the housekeeper's silhouette in the doorway, her glare sharp enough to dull any sense of compassion. You straighten Emily's back, brushing dust from her hair, and whisper, "Remember to press your shoulders down and look busy." Emily nods, doubling her efforts, her knuckles paling with each scrub. The housekeeper's gaze widens slightly, satisfied that Emily is indeed occupied and not idle. You exhale softly, relief, melting the tension from your shoulders. But there's no time for rest. The master's day has already begun upstairs, and his demands reverberate like distant thunder. From beyond the pantry walls, you hear a clatter, a kettle overturned in the drawing room, likely by a footman's mishap. You catch Emily's eye and gesture for her to follow. She retrieves the small bowl of breadcrumbs, tiptoeing past the scullery door, her footsteps muffled by the threadbare carpet. As you both step into the corridor, you pass a portrait of a severe-looking ancestor. The child in the painting stares down at you as if assessing your worth, another silent observer in a house full of them. You guide Emily up the main stairs to the arrival of the butler, Mr. Blackwood, who stands waiting to receive tea. The aroma of freshly steeped leaves drifts into the corridor, but Emily doesn't glance at the teapot. Instead, she looks up at him, eyes wary. He maintains his poise, scanning the hallway for any servant not bent double under duty. You hunch over Emily's shoulder and whisper, "We're just passing." He gives a curt nod enough to satisfy formality. A fringe detail servant's claim that Mr. Blackwood once prevented a child from fainting by slapping her cheeks to bring back color. Historians still argue whether such interventions were acts of kindness or displays of authority, intended to remind servants of their fragility. In the drawing room, you set Emily to wiping up the spilled tea. She bends low, mopping the carpet with a small rag, her knees scraping the velvet that feels more like glass under her tender skin. You hold the fresh iron kettle, preventing more tea from pouring onto the carpet until she's done. Every second counts. If the mistress finds a damp spot, it could be another hourless hour of unpaid scrub for the child. A mainstream fact, children often served as errand runners or tea fetchers before they learned to cook or scrub silver, making them uniquely vulnerable to breakage both of china and of youthful spirits. While Emily works, you slip behind the anteroom's folding screen, removing your apron and brushing a layer of soot from your skirt. You tuck your own chores into the notepad. You keep hidden notes on polishing schedules, laundry rosters, and specific needs, such as gold candlestick polish before 5 p.m. for the master's nightly ritual. Yet now, your focus narrows to a single aim, safeguarding Emily from a punishment she cannot bear. A joke emerges. Teach her to stir sugar in the mistress's tea without cracking the spoon. But you swallow it quickly, for fear that even levity can be viewed as mockery. At last, the mistress emerges in a cascade of silks and pearls, eyes scanning the room for perfection. She drifts to where Emily stands, examining the still damp spot. Her eyebrows knit the slightest divot in her linen gloves, betraying her displeasure. "Why is the carpet damp?" she demands, voice quiet, yet sharp enough to cut glass. Emily's head jerks up, eyes wide. You stride forward. "Madam, the kettle slipped," you explain calmly, placing your hand gently on Emily's shoulder. The mistress's gaze flickers from Emily to you, in an instant measuring blame. A mainstream historical fact, if a child servant was accused of negligence, it was not uncommon for her to be dismissed without notice, sometimes with no reference or farewell, condemned to wander the streets in search of new service. The mistress studies you, perhaps seeing the fatigue etched in your face as evidence that you've been overworking. She narrows her eyes, but then, unexpectedly, she turns on her heel and sweeps away no further words. You exhale, the tension slipping from your shoulders like dew evaporating under a rising sun. Emily stands motionless, as though carved from wax. You crouch to her level, whispering, "Keep going. Almost done." She nods, picking up the rag as though it's an anchor, tethering her to hope. After the mistress leaves, you pilot Emily down the stairs to clear out the pantry where the scattered crumbs from Whisker's bowl remain. You look at the small world in the bowl, bits of yesterday's low flecks of salt crusting at the edges, reminders that Emily's food is never fresh. You slide the lid on, hiding the crumbs for later, and guide her back to her bunk. When you reach the servants' quarters, you stop outside your door. The morning light has grown stronger, casting harsh shadows that punctuate the cramped space. You cannot stay any longer. Emily belongs to chores. You belong to chores. You pause, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. "I have a few chores before breakfast. I'll ask Thomas to give you a fresh jug of water later." Her eyes flicker with gratitude and fear. She leans into your hand as though seeking warmth you cannot give. You wonder if your presence, however fleeting, offers enough protection to keep her from harm even momentarily. A fringe consideration, some servants would claim these small gestures amounted to clandestine acts of rebellion, defying the mistress's demands by extending compassion. Historians still argue whether these acts were truly subversive or merely expressions of innate empathy. Emily retreats into her bunk as you step into the hallway. Each step feels heavier now as you consider the broader implications: juvenile servitude that bleeds childhood away, murky legal protections that treat children as invisible levers in a household machine, and a world that dismisses young fragility as collateral damage in a system that prizes wealth over well-being. A mainstream fact, the charity organization Society documented cases of children collapsing from exhaustion in wealthy homes, sparking public debate about extending Factory Act protections to domestic service. Historians still argue whether these documented cases catalyzed genuine reform or simply fueled sensationalist tabloids. You move toward the scullery door, steeling yourself for the morning's next demands: boiling water for tea polishing, silver teapots sweeping the kitchen floor. Each task beckons like a drumbeat, pulling you back into the cycle. But as you step back into the kitchen's haze, you carry Emily's gentle grip in your memory like a whispered vow to fight in small ways for every child who enters service before they've had a chance to be children. You push open the creaking scullery door and step into a scene suffused with tension. Earlier this morning, you watched as young Samuel the errand boy dropped a chipped teacup and heard its porcelain shatter like a miniature thunderclap. Now you find yourself standing in the hearth-lit hallway where Mrs. Jenkins, the head housemaid, stands with her arms crossed and lips pressed into a thin line that could shave off a day's worth of morale. A mainstream historical fact, Victorian households often employed corporal punishment for servants sanctioned by etiquette manuals that recommended punishment as a means to enforce discipline rather than foster improvement. You brace yourself for what comes next, because misplacing a single teacup, even one destined for the scullery, can cost a week's wages or more. Samuel kneels before the imposing figure of Mrs. Jenkins, his coat sleeve pinned between her fingers like evidence of a crime. "You clumsy oaf!" she hisses, though her voice is pitched low enough to avoid alarming the family still at breakfast. Yet you can sense that tension spreads through the corridor like a ripple across a pond. A fringe tidbit rumor claims that some household overseers used a stick smeared with goose feather quills to flog servants, believing the quills would leave distinctive bruises that served as permanent warnings. Historians still argue whether these quill-stitched rods ever existed outside of whispered gossip, or if they symbolize the extremes of verbal cruelty. You swallow as you watch Samuel's shoulders slump, eyes cast down to the marble floor polished an inch deep in spit. Behind you, Thomas the footman hunches over a silver tray, polishing it so vigorously that his muscles tremble with effort. It's a joke that the tray will gleam brighter than the mistress' pearls by the end of the day, but you don't feel like laughing. Instead, you step closer, hoping your presence will soften the blow, even if only by a fraction. Mrs. Jenkins glances at you, giving a slight nod that reminds you of a general sending conscripts into battle. You'd think she'd be satisfied with merely docking Samuel's wages. But discipline in this house is a performance, an assertion of dominance, as much as correction of error. "Pick up those pieces," Mrs. Jenkins commands, nodding to the remnants of the teacup scattered at Samuel's feet. His fingers tremble as he gathers each shard, wrapping them carefully in a scrap of newspaper. A joking thought tries to slip free. Oh, to be the broom that sweeps up porcelain ghosts at midnight, but you clamp your jaw shut. In the hush, you notice the footman's eyes darting between the shattered cup, and the stern housemaid like gamblers assessing the odds of a harsh decree. You recall from Section 4 how Mr. Blackwood the butler supposedly sniffs out servants' fear. Now you feel his unseen nose tracking your pulse. The suggestion makes you swallow and stiffen your spine. Once the shards are wrapped, Mrs. Jenkins turns her attention to the pocket Samuel turned inside out this morning, a gilded handkerchief peeled from the master's desk. "Stolen soap, eh?" she snaps, holding up a small bar wrapped in muslin. You remember from Section 2 how soap was rationed. A single bar was considered a treasure to be guarded more fiercely than gold. A fringe assertion suggests that some households charge servants the cost of missing soap out of their wages, and if a servant cannot pay, they must work for free until the debt is cleared. Historians still argue whether such wage forfeiture was legal or simply an unenforced threat. But in practice, you know it reduces even conscientious servants to penniless shells. Samuel flinches, voice wavering. I thought it was discard." Mrs. Jenkins cuts him off. "Mistaken, you thought wrong." She strides forward, grabs his wrist, and twists it until he winces. The veins in his hand stand out like knotted vines. You grit your teeth, feeling that gag order in your throat. Speaking out could earn you a swift reprimand. The mistress once told you merely raising your voice could be taken as insolence. A mainstream historical fact, servitude manuals like Mrs. Beaton's discouraged servants from arguing or pleading their case, suggesting that submissive acceptance was the hallmark of good service. You can't help but imagine what would happen if Samuel simply refused to stand still, though you have a good idea. A quick trip to the workhouse for both of you. You take a hesitant step closer and murmur, "He thought it was scrap soap, ma'am." Mrs. Jenkins swivels on her heel, eyes narrowing. "And your concern matters because," she retorts, voice low and dangerous. A joke flickers. "I care because I'd rather not watch him bleed," but you swallow it down with effort. Her gaze flicks to you, measuring, assessing, calculating. Finally, she nods curtly, as if granting you permission to speak. "Ignore him," she says to Samuel, then pinches his cheek so forcefully he yelps. Wages docked for 2 weeks and halfway to the workhouse if you think of swiping again. She tosses the soap into her cleaning bucket, an odd penalty, since the soap will now be reused to wash down the corridors. A fringe detail whispers in your mind, some servant smuggled bits of stolen soap into the kitchens, believing hidden soap caches kept them from sharing others' filth. Historians still argue whether these clandestine stocks ever offered any real hygiene benefits or simply concealed more squalor. Samuel bites back tears and lurches to his feet, clutching the newspaper bundle. Mrs. Jenkins leans in, voice dripping disdain. "Let that be a lesson. The cost of your folly falls on your own head, wages included." Then she shoves him toward the scullery door, and spits move fire ignites in your chest. You remember your own near miss with missing soap 3 weeks ago, when a bar slipped into your apron pocket by accident. You thought for a moment you'd be sent to the workhouse. The mere recall makes your palms sweat and your mind spin with anxiety. As Samuel disappears behind the scullery door, you turn to face Mrs. Jenkins, determined to stay out of her crosshairs. Her eyes bore into you until you feel a fine tremor dart down your spine. A joke wavers. She could spot a speck of dust from a mile off. Good thing my soul is spotless, but you dare not voice it. Instead, you step back, head bowed, hoping to melt into the slate floor. Something in that moment recalls back to Section 9, when the circle of gossip in the servants' hall rallied around each other with tiny acts of kindness, sharing scraps of toast, whispers of hope. You know that if Samuel had access to that camaraderie, his wages might not disappear into thin air. Yet here, in the glare of disciplined loyalty, must be concealed. You slide past Mrs. Jenkins, delivering the silver tray to the butler in the drawing room. The butler's eyebrows lift, but there is no reprieve. He merely nods, acknowledging that order has been served with equal severity. Later in the scullery, you find Samuel hunched over a bucket of soapy water, scrubbing the floor where the teacup fell. His hands tremble so badly you worry he might slice his palm on a stray shard. You kneel beside him and drop your voice to a whisper. "Listen, you'll survive." He looks up, eyes red-rimmed and hollow. You remember from Section 6 how brotherly kindness helped you keep breathing through the endless shifts. Let me do that section you offer, gesturing to the large floor patch still smeared with tea and porcelain dust. His shoulders relax slightly, and he nods relieved to let you step in. You scrub vigorously, using elbow grease to banish every remnant. The water swirls dark with grime, proof of your silent protest, absence of moral high ground, yet you feel some measure of dignity restored. Before you finish, Mrs. Jenkins' booted foot echoes from the hallway. You pause, kneeling on one knee, head bowed. She surveys the floor, then pauses by the bucket of water. Her eyes flick over to you, and then toward Samuel, who stands awkwardly by the sink. A sense of dread bubbles in your chest. But instead of reprimanding you both again, she simply nods a grudging acknowledgement that this task is the final punishment. A mainstream historical fact, many Victorian households publicized punishments, beating, wage docking, or cleaning tasks intended to deter others from similar mistakes. Weighed down by humiliation, you sense her nod as release a permission to resume work, though any hope is tinged with resentment. Later, when you finally abscond to the pantry for a slice of stale bread you've stashed, you reflect on how punishment permeates every corner of this house, like a silent conductor orchestrating the rhythm of your heartbeats. Wage cuts, written fines, chores that double as humiliation. A fringe assertion lingers in your mind, a handful of rebellious servants once scribbled a complaint to the manor on bits of crumb paper and slipped it under the mistress's door. Historians still argue whether those letters achieved change or simply earned the servant's swift ejection from service. You doubt you'd attempt something so brazen, but you admire their courage. In the dim glow of the pantry lamp, you gulp down the stale crust-tasting chalk and regret. A joke flits across your mind. If I had £1 for every punishment I've witnessed, I'd buy my ticket out of London. But here, jokes are for private ears only. Still, you remind yourself that each punishment is a stark reminder survival requires vigilance. You think of the butler's watchful gaze from Section 4, the mistress's silent judiciary from Section 8, and now Mrs. Jenkins's unyielding decrees. Each authority figure wields a different weapon, fear, scrutiny, or humiliation, but the result is the same. You remain bound to servitude unless you find some ember of resistance. You finish your morsel and rise bolstered by a steely resolve. Perhaps tomorrow you'll join the gossip circle in the servants' hall, swapping small stories, forging connections, banding together so no servant stands alone before a wagging finger or a docked wage. After all, solidarity has a power that lashings and fines cannot quell. For now, you return to your duties, polishing silver, setting the tea table ready to face whatever sanctions might come next. But deep in your mind, a quiet defiance simmers. Even as the mistress and her inner circle enforce discipline, you have allies in the shadows, eyes that see your struggle and hands that will lift you when you falter. And so you trudge forward, knowing that in this house of relentless demands, punishment is the instrument of power. But it does not define you. Each time a servant rises after a reprimand, each shard of broken porcelain swept away is a small testament that hope remains glinting like shards of light through the cracks in the walls. Perhaps someday the chorus of clipped tongues and hurried steps will give way to a different rhythm, one where kindness replaces lashings, and the price of a bar of soap is paid not in wages, but in respect. Until then, you endure determined to prove that even in the darkest corridors of Victorian servitude, a flicker of humanity can survive the most punitive flames. You slip into the dimly lit corridor. Before dawn, the hush of empty hallways pressing against your temples like a confession you can't quite vocalize. In your pocket, you feel the rumpled corner of a handbill you managed to glimpse taped discreetly to the servant's message board last night, an advertisement promising safe passage to America for 15 shillings. A mainstream historical fact, by 1900 transatlantic passage to Ellis Island cost between 10 and 20 shillings for steerage class, making the dream of escape tantalizingly close yet financially out of reach for most servants. You flutter your fingers over that paper, recalling whispers in Section 9 about a small network of former servants guiding others toward freedom, escaped souls who vanished from grimy sculleries to reinvent themselves across the ocean. You trudge purposefully toward the back stairwell, mind a swirl of possibilities and pitfalls. Fringed memories surface in Section 6. Martha once told you of a footman who stowed away in a coal cart and resurfaced months later in Liverpool, claiming he'd sold his hair to a wig maker to afford passage. Whether his tale was truth or elaborate fiction remains part of the fractured servant lore. Historians still argue whether such daring escapes were widespread or simply the stuff of myth. For you, the story smolders like coals beneath ash, part inspiration, part cautionary tale. At the bottom of the stairs, you pause by the scullery door, inhaling the lingering tang of lye soap and burnt grease. The scullery's iron door sighs behind you as you step into the open yard where the morning air tastes like damp bricks and promises of anonymity. A light breeze ripples through your hair, carrying muted sounds of the sitting room's last embers flickering out as Madam and Mr. drift from breakfast to parlor. Each distant clink of a glass seems to mock you. Their schedules revolve around leisure, while yours is ceaseless labor. You remind yourself the path to freedom must zigzag around their routines, not through them. You make for the old coach house at the far end of the estate, careful to skirt the servant bells. The coach house's wooden doors sag on their hinges. The one place wrought iron locks don't secure because the mistress rarely ordered it shut. Inside, a battered horse carriage sits cloaked in dust, abandoned after the mistress acquired a second sedan for the town. You push past the carriage nostrils flaring at the scent of damp straw and decaying wood. A joke half forms this coach looks like it fled from somewhere else itself, but you can't afford levity. Instead, you recall that Samuel from Section 10 once found a fine leather glove tucked under a seat inscribed with a name not on any guest list. Some swore the glove belonged to a servant who ran off with a coachman and never returned. Historians still debate whether that identity led to real reinvention or if it simply embellished the myth of escape. You reach the carriage's underside and push aside a matted tuft of horsehair for a glimpse of the wheel well. A sharp edge protrudes where a wooden beam splintered perfect as a handhold and perhaps a makeshift ticket out of here. A fringe practice whispers to your mind rebellious servants once hollowed out coach cushions to stow away small valuables, coins, letters, even a change of clothes before slipping aboard at midnight. Whether any coachman looked twice is uncertain. Historians still argue whether wary stables doubled teams of horses at night. or simply let them rest, creating a small window to slip aboard. You step back from the carriage feeling the rough gravel press through your thin-soled shoes. In front of you, a narrow path winds behind the hedgerow leading to the adjacent farmlands where fields stretch like green oceans under a pale sky. If you slip through the hedgerow at dawn and keep low, you could reach the main road by mid-morning, blend in among laborers heading to the city, and vanish from sight. A light knot tightens in your stomach. This gamble could cost you more than 15 shillings if caught. Still, you recall stories sketched in Section 12 of a housemaid who paid a black market agent 15 shillings to forge her discharge papers. She reappeared 5 years later in New York as a dressmaker, stitching silk gowns for debutantes whose only taste of inequality was the price tag. Your fingertips curl around the leather edge of your satchel, where you've stashed a spare cloth gown swapped from a child servant's trunk back in Section 6, and a pair of shoes pilfered from last week's discarded, outgrown pile. If you can swap uniforms at the turnpike, you'll board the coach to Liverpool wearing rags instead of a livery that screams servant. A quip surfaces. If I can't outrun the mistress's memory, I'll drown her in the Thames. But you swallow it with effort, aware that freedom demands silence more than humor. A shrill cry from the kitchen door behind you makes you flinch, likely Mrs. Thompson demanding another kettle's fill. You remind yourself that any delay could cost you your chance. You glance toward the far window where light seeps through stained glass like colored teardrops. The master's study adjoins this wing. Perhaps later today he'll call for clean linens, forcing you back into the hydraulic hum of domestic routine. This narrow corridor, once your daily route, is now a potential gauntlet. You weigh your options. Do you dash now, risking the mistress spotting a shadow at the hedgerow? Or do you wait 15 minutes until the family departs for their carriage ride into town? Each second tastes like chess. Each move calculated against unseen eyes. In your mind, you rehearse the steps, slip onto the hedgerow's edge, slide through move at a diagonal to avoid the gardener's morning rounds, reach the turning lane near the mill blend with the laborers, all before the guard from the adjacent manor makes the rounds. The butler's rumored night watch rattles in your subconscious. Historians still argue whether household watchmen were formal roles or informal alliances between distant estates. Either way, one misstep and you'll find yourself in the workhouse's pit of despair. You press your hand to the doorframe, sensing the rough grain shift beneath your palm as the kitchen's amber glow splashes into the dim corridor. You think of Mrs. Thompson's voice from Section 8. No servant leaves this house unbidden, and you taste the sting in your gut. You step back from the threshold, brushing invisible dust off your skirt as though scrubbing away guilt. Though you dread discovery, regret is a luxury you cannot afford. You decide it's time. You take one last look at the coach house, the hulking silhouette of freedom's promise, and then you dart toward the hedgerow. The brambles snag at your skirt, scraping across your calves like thin ribbons of admonishment from the past. You grit your teeth, leaning into the barrier until you slip through. On the other side, the field stretches open dew-slick grass, shimmering like specters beckoning you onward. A joke floats through your mind If only someone would put no servants allowed on the horizon. But you don't laugh. Not now. Rivets of sunlight creep over the far edge of the field, grazing the tips of wheat stalks that ripple in your direction. You stay low, arms outstretched to maintain balance as you navigate the uneven ground. The scent of early morning earth mingles with something fresh wild mint growing near a ditch. You lean down, brushing a finger across a leaf, testing if you're truly awake or still dreaming. The coolness of the mint against your skin wakes you further. A fringe belief surfaces some runaway servants' crushed mint leaves underfoot to mask their scent from scent hounds. Historians still argue whether such hounds were ever brought in to track escaped servants or were only used for poachers. You stifle a breath, remembering the hayloft rendezvous of Section 9, the warmth of the straw beneath your back, the heady scent of hay. Below you, the field makes no promises except that if you remain visible, the chase will find you. You choose your line toward the dirt road that arcs around the mill pond heart, thundering like it's playing a silent drum roll. A few steps later, you hear the distant creak of a wagon wheel, likely the gardener's barrow returning from town. You dive behind a clump of briar, the rasp of thorns tugging at your apron. Nearby, a crow lifts from a fence post in a flurry of wings, cawing as if to announce you to the world. You freeze ears, straining for any hint of pursuit. Moments pass like hours. The barrow's creak fades, and the morning stillness wraps around you like a damp sheet. You risk another glance spotting laborers in flat caps trudging along a footpath toward London. One man pauses to spit and observes the field for a heartbeat, perhaps sensing a disturbance. Your heart sinks for a fraction, but then he shrugs, simply turning away as if distracted by his own impending wages. You let out a breath you didn't realize you were holding and rise slowly. Your path is clear now. Keep bearing right until you hit the lane that leads to the village crossroads where the coach to Liverpool stops once weekly. You glance back toward the colonnaded rear facade of the mansion, now a distant silhouette against rising sun. A pang of nostalgia stabs you. Memories of shared laughter from Section 9. The hush of midnight confessions, Emily's fragile resilience from Section 10 all flicker in your mind like a film reel you can't rewind once you step onto that road. A mainstream historical fact floats to your consciousness about 1 in every 50 servants attempted to run away each year by the early 1900s. However many were captured within 24 hours. Historians still argue whether the risk of capture deterred most workers or if the allure of freedom outweighed any fear. You push the lure deeper into your heart and quicken your pace. You come to the lane's edge where tall hedges arch overhead like a green tunnel. You pause, savoring the scent of wildflowers, a rare luxury in a life spent amid scullery fumes and starch. A light joke surfaces if only the mistress had to live in a tunnel of weeds, for one day she might rethink her disdain for the staff. You press forward, brushing against blackberry brambles that tug at your sleeves, leaving threaded scars that will sting later. But each abrasion is a small trophy, a reminder that you risk more than aches and bruises for a chance at something else. You hear the faint whinny of a horse in the distance, followed by the tinny rattle of harness. That must be the coach. You steady yourself crouching behind a stand of bracken as it rounds the bend. You can make out its dark shape, a battered two-horse carriage, the leather jolting against worn wheels. The driver, cloaked in a battered brown overcoat, tips his hat to a passing farmer and doesn't notice you. A fringed tail warns that once a runaway was shoved under a coach wheel because the driver mistook her silhouette for a fox. Historians still argue whether such fatal accidents were isolated tragedies or grim warnings circulated to deter escapes. You keep that grim thought pressing your spine straight and stand limping slightly from the earlier brambles. You step into the coach's path, heart thundering, and nod to the driver. He tips his hat again, eyes shifting from the road to your face in a flicker of recognition, as if seeing a ghost of desperation mirrored in your gaunt cheeks. You slip into the carriage's back seat, careful not to dislodge the single burlap sack you've hidden under the bench. The driver clasps the reins and cracks his heels, and the horses lurch forward. You savor the motion, the gentle rock that will carry you beyond the estate's reach. As the carriage rattles down the lane, you gaze back. The hedgerow arches recede, revealing the house's gabled roof and the curling plume of smoke above the kitchen chimney. A sodden cloud drapes the sky, threatening rain, but you don't care. The prospect of a storm only makes you grateful. You'll arrive in Liverpool damp and disheveled, rather than worn and ragged from a forced detainment. A mainstream fact, Liverpool's docks were bustling by daybreak, crowded with workers, immigrants, and pickpockets, a perfect crucible for vanishing in plain sight. Historians still argue whether urban anonymity truly offered sanctuary or simply swapped one kind of servitude for another. You lean back, closing your eyes for the first time in days and letting the carriage's rhythm lull you toward something that feels like hope. A single raindrop taps the carriage roof, then another, until a gentle rain drums a lullaby. You exhale tears mingling with raindrops on your cheeks and realize that although the odds are slim, you've already claimed this moment. The misty fields behind you blur, and ahead a new horizon awaits, brimming with the promise of a life unmoored from rigid schedules, unpolished silver, and the mistress's scorn. You inhale deeply, tasting the rain-scented air, and feel fear and exhilaration swirl inside you like two dark wings. As the miles accumulate beneath the coach wheels, you remind yourself of the cost of returning the mistress's vengeance, the household's indignation, the stony silence of the butler's disapproval echoing through the corridors. Better to press on, though. You know you'll never forget the voices you leave behind, the conspiratorial whispers in Section 9, Emily's fevered cough from Section 10, Samuel's shattered teacup in Section 11. They go with you, etched into your bones, a reminder that escape is just the first step. True freedom must be forged every day in every choice, in every breath you claim for yourself, no longer someone else's property. The rain's lull denies you the need for another joke. There's no room for humor in this moment. You sit back, letting the rattle and clatter blur into a slow, steady drum. As the carriage's silhouette merges with the mist, you steel yourself for the challenges ahead: navigating a foreign city, finding work without references, forging a new identity that won't betray your past. But as the estate's spires slip from view, you feel something stir deep in your chest, unfettered possibility, mingled with the echoes of every lesson learned under the mistress's roof. And so, as the coach carries you toward the distant docks, you lean against the wooden bench and close your eyes, letting the gentle patter of rain rock you toward a dawn. You choose for yourself a dawn not governed by bells or brass hinges, but by the slow, deliberate drumbeat of your own heart. You start the day once more in a familiar groove. The mistress demands attendance, and the servants fall in line as precise clockwork. But today, you watch from a different vantage point. You stand in the breakfast room just outside the scullery door, arms folded, as the butler, Mr. Blackwood, instructs a new footman how to arrange the tea service. A mainstream historical fact. By 1900, roles such as footmen and butlers were increasingly seen as stepping stones to higher positions within the household, provided they demonstrated loyalty, discretion, and impeccable etiquette. You recall how that concept surfaced back in Section 12, those rare cases where a servant's cunning or bravery propelled them from scullery to study. Yet here you stand as a seasoned kitchen-maid authority, simmering beneath your borrowed apron. The butler's voice rings out, "Make certain the silver filigree teapot lid points due north." You notice the footman's brow furrow as he adjusts the knob by a hair's breadth. You're reminded of Section 4's meticulous etiquette, each gesture measured against an invisible yardstick of perfection. A fringe detail from the butler's training establishes that some butlers believed that tea served at precisely 3:07 p.m. ensured a blissful temperament among the family. Historians still argue whether such details emerged from genuine tradition or were fabricated to heighten the mystique of high society. You dip your head in acknowledgment as the footman's posture finally meets the butler's exacting standards. You step forward, leaning slightly against the doorframe, waiting for the moment to slip inside. The mistress glides down the grand staircase, her gown rippling like dark water. She stops at the threshold, her gaze sweeping over you. A quip forms if satisfaction were a mouthful of tea, served too cold she'd swallow the entire tray. Yet you remain still, mastering the soldier's discipline taught in Section 11. Too much movement risks arresting the mistress's attention. As she glides past, you enter the room. The footman has finished arranging the tea set, placing fine porcelain cups on a silver tray so precisely that each handle points at exactly 3 o'clock. The family's heir, a young lord in a velvet jacket, steps forward, yawns, and reaches for a hairpin in his lapel. You know what follows. The newly polished tray must be refilled in 30 seconds, should he choose to rearrange the hairpin. A mainstream fact. Young aristocratic males often treated footmen like chess pieces in a game of social dominance, testing their patience with deliberate gestures. Historians still argue whether this behavior was a rite of passage or a sadistic power play. You step back to the scullery door, taking in the half-finished polishing job by Samuel from Section 11. He looks up from the teacup shards he sculpts into a small mosaic pattern, eyes hooded with an almost defiant resilience. You offer him a nod, signaling silent solidarity. He returns it briefly, before returning to his punishment, tracing his fingertips along the fractured porcelain's glossy edges. You must remind yourself not to linger. There's work ahead, and the mistress's temper is more volatile than a summer thunderstorm. Inside the scullery, The iron pots clang like barn doors swung by an unseen force. The cook, Mrs. Thompson, stands with arms akimbo surveying the heap of dirty pans. Her gaze flicks to you, threatening more endless scrubbing if the pans remain tarnished. A joking thought, if the pans could cry saltwater tears, they'd drown me before breakfast. But you suppress it under a mask of calm. A mainstream historical fact surfaces scullery maids in major households were expected to work upwards of 14 hours a day, with only a half-hour break for meals far less than the 6 hours commonly allotted to male laborers of similar status. Historians still argue whether this disparity cemented gender divisions in labor or simply reflected the patriarchal assumption that women's work could be stretched indefinitely. You dip a rag into a basin of steaming water spiked with lye, recalling how in Section 8 the steam from the laundry boiler choked you, left you gasping. Here, steam condenses on your brow like guilt. You scrub the battered kettle until it shines, mindful of the mistress's preference for brightness that rivals noonday sun. You place it on a shelf, checking for any pangs of misalignment. A soft cough echoes from the pantry next door, likely little Emily from Section 10, attempting to keep pace with the cat's feeding schedule. A pang of protectiveness sharpens your throat. You recall how she coughed her way through chores while you murmured reassurances. You'd planned to slip her an extra ration of bread today, but the mistress's arrival in the pantry has forced you to bury that plan. Guilt stirs, but duty to self-preservation eclipses it. If you risk further favor, you'll stand out like a red ember in a black coal pile. With the kettle polished and set, you pivot to the sink to address the mountain of scalded plates. The dishwasher juggle unfolds like a grim performance, 1 plate in, 2 plates out, soap rushing in, water swirling down. Each dish is a microcosm of the household itself, once cherished, now destined for daily humiliation in searing heat. You imagine for a flicker that those plates might whisper their own escape plans, but you blink and push the thought aside as though brushing dust from your vision. Amid the clatter, you recall from Section 9 how the gossip circle shared rumors of servants quietly buying off their indentures with bartered goods or coins hidden in hollowed-out loaves. You wonder if there's a similar scheme in the scullery, perhaps, a clandestine fund hidden in the lining of the lye soap crate. A joke tickles. If the crate could speak, it'd spill secrets of every maid's stolen sugar cube and borrowed flour. Yet the reality is harsher. Any such stash would be uncovered swiftly by the mistress's network, an informant among servants, a guilt-laden whisper, and the stash would vanish along with the possessor's wages. You dry your hands on a rag soaked through thrice already and head to the larder. This afternoon, the mistress expects an iced pudding, sweet-chilled and glistening like a gem on a velvet cushion. A mainstream historical detail, Victorian cooks often created iced puddings by freezing them in ice cellars, laboriously layering snow or ice harvested during winter and packed with straw. Historians still argue whether this laborious process symbolized social standing or simply served as a decadent novelty. Your task: transfer the steamed pudding dishes into the larder's icebox while balancing sugar syrup drips and avoiding spoiling the velvet-lined storage shelf. Inside the larder, chilled by massive blocks of ice preserved since last winter, you shiver as you carry the heavy pudding tins. Your skin prickles against the cold, and the icy air feels like 1,000 pinpricks across your chest. You place one tin on the wooden shelf, watching wisps of steam curl into the frosty darkness. A joke surfaces, frozen desserts for the mistress, but my dreams are still hotter than her temper. You bite it back and close the icebox. The doors wait, reminding you that privilege is built on the chill of others' labors. As you close the larder's door, a hushed voice drifts from the corridor, Thomas the footman coordinating luncheon tables. The mistress expects her midday meal served precisely at 1:30, with the first course pulling off the cloche at 15 past. Any miscue in your headmasterly presence in the scullery means nothing. Blame will cascade down like a sodden laundry sheet. A sudden fluffy cloud of dust pulses from the storeroom above Mrs. Jenkins, inspecting her domain. You recall from section 11 the sting of her gaze during Samuel's punishment. Her silent steps approach the scullery door. You brace hands perched on the edge of the counter, ready to meet her scrutiny. She is in a rush today, perhaps. She heard the servants' hall might grant an escape chance to Samuel, and she intends to snuff it out. When she peers around the door, you offer a brisk nod. Her eyes flick over your ragged shoulders. Tea kettles are shining, she says quietly. Approval, laced with an unspoken challenge. Don't disappoint me before luncheon. You exhale long and slow, aware that the margin for error here is smaller than a teardrop. You return to the counter, arranging knives and forks on a silk-lined tray that will soon grace the dining table. The cutlery gleams like silver swords, each a reminder of the hierarchy that keeps you kneeling in sculleries and laundries while the family feasts in opulent splendor. A mainstream fact in larger households, forks were often folded into specialized pockets of trays to keep tines straight, a ritual that symbolized the servant's choreographed subservience. You align each carving knife's blade parallel to the next, meticulously positioning handles so they face the same direction. A fringed notion emerges. Some master butlers believed that misaligned cutlery invited bad luck on guests' digestion, though historians still argue whether such superstitions stemmed from fear or opportunism. With the tray prepped, you step back to survey your domain. The scullery's iron implements gleam, but the lingering scent of lye and stale water permeates every corner. You dream of a life unmoored from this stifling haze of stepping onto a shoreline where sea spray replaces scalded steam, where you might fill your lungs with salt instead of coal dust. A quip flickers, a life where my biggest chore is choosing which seaside stall sells better fish and chips. You shake it off. Fanciful dreams dissolve in the face of reality. You reach for a final stack of tea towels and fold them into neat rectangles, each fold a prayer for precision. Your thoughts wander back to Section 10's Emily working through fever and cough because no remedy could buy her chance to rest. You vow that today you'll sneak her a skip in duties, a moment of reprieve perhaps, in the pantry's back corner where she might wrap her throat around a steaming cup instead of shadows. You've seen Mrs. Thompson's glare from Section 8, but empathy demands risk. After all, solidarity in Section 9's gossip circle revealed that shared sacrifices weave a net strong enough to catch a tumbling soul. The mistress's voice echoes from the drawing room. What holds you? A direct order, brazen and unyielding. You square your shoulders, hide the warmth in your gaze, and step forward. You must appear calm, collected, and devoted, an unbroken line in the domestic machinery. As you glide toward the hallway, the scent of powdered roses and polished oak greets you, a privilege of proximity. You inhale it deeply, storing it in your lungs like a final fleeting luxury before returning to chores. And so, you step into the corridor, each measured footfall a testament to resilient discipline. The path ahead on the polished floors leads to the mistress's luncheon, where silver awaits your touch, and success means invisibility. Yet invisibility is the servant's cruelest prize. You recall Section 11's shattered teacup and Samuel's humiliation. You vow that today the sound of glass breaking will not be your own downfall. Instead, you will navigate this labyrinth of whisking skirts, lidded trays, and silent glowers, determined to finish this day's chores without faltering. Regardless of whether someone once rose from broomstick to butler ranks or vanished to America with a single shilling, your world narrows to this corridor, this tray, and the unyielding clack of your shoes on the marble. You are a servant of household demands, but in the hush between breath and bell, a small fire burns the ember of hope that one day each measured gesture, each folded napkin will lead you not just through the halls of this mansion, but beyond its gates into a world where your value is measured not in servitude, but in the quiet dignity you alone define. You trudge down the back staircase before dawn, muscle memory guiding you to the narrow doorway that leads into the small servants' chapel, a modest room tucked away behind the laundry where the scent of damp wool and beeswax candles hangs heavy in the air. The hush here is different from the usual hush of the corridors. It carries a reverence tinged with the weight of unspoken prayers. A mainstream historical fact by the late 19th century Sunday worship was mandatory for domestic servants under the 10 Hours Act, which stipulated that workers receive at least one day of rest. You can nearly taste the irony as you slip into a pew the very day meant for rest demands your presence in this stifling room. A fringe rumor persists among staff that the mistress once insisted her servants kneel longer than guests during evening vespers. Historians still argue whether such exacting piety was genuine faith or simply another tool of dominance. Either way, you clutch the thin cushion beneath you, spine rigid, expecting her midnight watch to find any hint of slouching as evidence of sloth. You settle into the narrow pew, bowing your head, just as the footman on the next bench clears his throat to lead an off-key hymn. His voice cracks like a wounded bird at the first, "All ye faithful," and you feel a flicker of amusement. A joke warms you. If singing for the Spirit were counted, our chances of redemption would be nil, yet our noses are as holy as the mistress's polished silver. You swallow it down, lest the preacher's stern glare cut through you like a knife. The pew's wood is cold and rough against your knees. The worn cushion does little to soften the burn. You recall from Section 6 how you envied the family's ornate private chapel with its velvet carpets and stained glass windows that painted rainbow fragments on marble floors. Here, the only color comes from the wax drippings on the altar cloth, where red and white candles pool into hardened tears. The minister steps onto a small dais, his sermons already filling the air with admonitions. He speaks of obedience as a virtue, urging the children of the domestic hearth to serve their masters with unwavering loyalty. For is it not written, he intones that the body of a servant belongs wholly to the household? A mainstream fact sermons for servants frequently drew upon biblical passages about service, Paul's admonition to serve wholeheartedly as to the Lord, not to human masters echoed in many chapel doors. Historians still argue whether these sermons uplifted spirit or entrenched class structures under the guise of morality. Today, you feel the sermon's words like a yoke squeezing your chest. Yet you recognize the truth in the minister's rich voice. Obedience has been both your shield against punishment and your shackles to unrelenting labor. The congregation rises for the next hymn, and you find your feet, moving feet, aching from the week's toil. The hymn is unfamiliar, an elaborate composition with three-part harmony meant to emphasize the mistress's perfection and, by extension, her servant's fallibility. You hum along, off-key, mind-wandering to the scent of Sunday roast awaiting the family in the dining hall. A fringe detail, some household chapel choirs rehearsed hymns by candlelight early Saturday mornings, using carved ivory sheets bound in silk markers of the family's piety rather than the servant's devotion. Historians still argue whether these lavish accompaniments were intended to inspire genuine worship or simply to dazzle guests. To you, the grand piano bench is a throne of steel, a reminder that your place in worship is a chore, not a choice. During the next prayer, the minister raises his hands to the stained glass window behind him, casting a kaleidoscope of bruised purples and amber onto the worn wooden floor. You close your eyes, attempting to find solace in the sound of whispered bits of cotton sliding across pews as fellow servants shift. The prayer thanks God for basket and birthright, invoking gratitude for both daily bread and one's rightful place, this birthright being your subjugation to the mistress. A joke flickers to life. If birthright means eternal chores, I'd rather forfeit my share and kneel at the workhouse gates. You stifle it, recalling how in Section 10 you once risked censure by donating a crust to a child in rags. Here, charity is restrained to silent glances, not spoken. Generosity. As the sermon ends, the minister offers a benediction and exhorts servants to mind their tasks with humility. You lower your head, lips moving in a private whisper of prayer, praying not for obedience, but for endurance, for a day's reprieve. Beyond this pew, the hush deepens vibrations of prayer echoing off the stone walls. A broad crack of sunlight flares through a small window, a single beam that splits the darkness like a knife. You imagine the heat on your face as you stand by the hearth in the kitchen, stirring the midday pudding. For a moment, the light feels like a message. You deserve warmth too. The congregation files out soft names and perfunctory bows beneath the mistress's watchful gaze. You step forward alongside the footman who led the hymn. He offers a stiff nod, eyes pinging upward as though scanning for slouches. You straighten your back, gathering the threadbare hymn book and guiding it into the pew's hidden compartment. The groove of the pew wood is worn by countless knees, a testament to the tradition of servitude-bound worship. You trace a finger along the carved initials left by a servant long gone, hoping for a sign that someone once here prayed for the same release you seek. Back in the corridor, you pause hand against the cool wood of the chapel door. There's a distant echo of laughter, perhaps children playing in the family's garden, their unburdened joy a stark contrast to your prayer-worn soul. A mainstream fact, Sunday amusements for the lower classes were restricted by local bylaws. While children played marbles in dirt lanes, servants were expected to use all spared hours for religious devotion. Historians still argue whether these restrictions strengthened religious fervor or simply served to keep the lower classes subdued. You let that debate hover. As you closed the door behind you, the beam of light fading into dull reflection. You turn the corner into the servants' hall. Now the day's chores shift, scrubbing floors, preparing midday meals, tending to the mistress's trifles. The lingering hush of the chapel remains in your chest, a reminder of both rest and injunction. You move to a corner table where a small pot of porridge has been left on a battered pewter plate. The porridge's steam curling upward like a small prayer of its own. A joke invites itself. If this porridge held the promise of sustenance rather than monotony, I would crown it king. You swallow that thought as you take a tentative spoonful, tasting naught but oats and water, but grateful nonetheless. This meager offering fuels you for the next acts in the grand performance of service. You spy Mrs. Thompson passing through with a basket of eggs bound for luncheon, her face softened by a rare Sunday smile, though it vanishes as soon as her gaze falls on the larder's honey-glazed ham. A fringe snippet of gossip percolates through you. Some conspirators in the household claim that a small wedge of Sunday roast is surreptitiously offered to favored servants. Post-service historians still argue whether that was a genuine custom or simply a tale spun to boost morale. You watch her slip a small piece into her apron pocket. Conviction flares. You must find a way to claim that wedge for yourself. Even a sliver of warmth or sugar can feel like redemption today. You finish your porridge spoon rattling against the pewter plate and rise to deposit the dish in the scullery sink. The candle in the chapel left to flicker. Its final flame is now a memory, yet its warmth lingers in your bones. As you clean up, you recall Sunday moments from Section 5, the fleeting kindness of shared staff meals and the hushed lull between chores where solidarity flickered like an ember. Today, that ember glows from your chest, a fragile fire against the chill of expectation. You step outside, into the late morning sun, the slate walkway radiating warmth through your soles. The open air feels like a stolen breath. The family's horses clip-clop by on their way to the town stables, the coachman tipping his hat in silent acknowledgement of your presence. You feel a pang of envy. His labor is obvious, yet he earns wages. Your labor is invisible, yet demands your entire self. A mainstream fact surfaces by this era. Stable hands often received room and board, plus a weekly wage, whereas kitchen maids subsisted on scraps and gratitude. Historians still argue whether this wage disparity was rooted in gender class or the perceived hygiene of stable work versus kitchen scullery. Yet regardless, you steel yourself against the sting as you pivot toward the scullery door. Just inside, you find Emily from Section 10, seated on a low stool forehead wrapped with a damp cloth, proof that your plan to sneak her a piece of ham succeeded. She meets your eyes, offering a small smile framed by chapped lips. You press a hand to her shoulder as though offering a benediction. In that moment, under the midday sun streaming through the window, you feel grace ripple through the scullery's air. The ham's limpid warmth glistens on her small hands, and you know that for her, Sunday's sermon concluded not with admonitions of obedience, but with a simple taste of kindness. You kneel beside her, helping to adjust the cloth on her head. In this fleeting sanctuary, you exchange no words. Prayer is reflected in shared compassion. If obedience defines your life, then solidarity, in a stolen fragment of the family's feast, defines its salvation. You recall from Section 9 the power of small acts in forging alliances. Here, you practice that power in miniature, one spoonful of ham, one moment of pause, one flickering ember of hope. Rising at last, you smooth Emily's hair and brush flour from your skirts. Duty calls. Luncheon must be served before the family's patience wanes. You look out the small window above the sink, where birds flit among the vines climbing the brick wall. The air hums with Sabbath rest for some, but for you and Emily, Sunday's reprieve is measured in stolen scraps and hollowed hymns. A mainstream function of Sunday worship is to refresh the spirit. You feel that refreshment here unless 9-to-5 labor steals it away too quickly. Historians still argue whether religious observance offered true solace or simply acted as a social thermostat, regulating servant morale. You pick up a cobbler's hammer, your code for polishing the family's boots before luncheon, and place a gentle hand on Emily's shoulder. Rest your head, you whisper, overing hope that her cough will rest too. She leans into your touch, eyelids drooping in relief and gratitude. The scullery's steam and clang fade into the background as voices drift from the front hall, heralding the family's return. You feel the echo of chapel reverberating in your chest, mingling with the taste of porridge and ham, a sweet, complex blend that tastes like fleeting peace. As you turn toward the staircase, ready to meet the mistress's demands with the exacting precision demanded of you, you carry with you the spirit of Sunday, a blend of restraint and rebellion, of duty and kindness. You are both servant and steward of these small mercies, and for one holy day, the weight of obedience eased just enough to let the ember of free will glow in your soul. You trudge down the corridor, the echo of your shoes a muted drumbeat, marking the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. Today, as you polish the master's riding boots with the same rag and elbow grease that once scrubbed scullery tiles, you think of how long this treadmill of servitude has marched beneath you. The weight of history bears on your shoulders as surely as the leather's bulk burdens your hands. A mainstream historical fact, the demise of strict household hierarchies began in the early 20th century when increased industrialization offered alternative employment, and the labor movement pushed for regulations that included domestic workers. You remember from Section 12 the legends of runaway servants who vanished into the urban tapestry of Liverpool, each one a thread, unraveling the strict fabric of Victorian domestic order. Your rag moves in circles over the boot's creases And with every rotation, you sense how smaller acts of service snowballed into something larger, a collective recognition that 14-hour days in the lavatory and the laundry were unsustainable. The fringe notion that knocking off early on Sunday to pick blackberries was once seen as rebellion now feels almost quaint. Historians still argue whether those early labor reforms targeted domestic staff or prioritized factory workers first. But you know that eventually pamphlets circulated in the servants' halls urging petitions and small strikes for fairer hours. You recall Mrs. Jenkins grumbling about lost help when some footman marched out to demand holiday pay, as told in Section 11's tapestry of punishments and resistance. The master's first response was to advertise vacancies at lower wages for replacements. A joke flickers. If masters thought footmen were easily replaced, they should have tried replacing glue in their daily parchment. Some of us cling to a place until our bones erode. You finish buffing one boot and place it carefully beside its mate. Together, they gleam under the lamplight like twin sentinels awaiting dawn. You pause to breathe in the leather's rich scent like aged promise mixed with bitter polish, and consider how today's labor reforms bear echoes of those bygone struggles. A mainstream fact surfaces by 1911. The National Insurance Act began offering rudimentary health coverage to certain domestic servants, marking one of the first inklings that household labor deserved public protections. Your mind jumps back to Section 8, where the boiler's steam and bleach threatened your lungs. No amount of whispered prayers or makeshift rag masks could secure you against tuberculosis or chemical burns. Yet now, decades later, health insurance covers common servants' ailments, though only in name, and often with loopholes that still leave low-paid workers vulnerable. Historians still argue whether the act was a generous social gesture or a reluctant concession to mounting pressure, and you suspect both. As you slip the boots onto the master's shoe rack, you feel a kick of exhilaration at being part of this unwritten inheritance shoulders, steadying under burdens not of your making, but ones you help carry anyway. A joke trails behind that thought. If only the master knew his boots carried the weight of centuries of human striving. You step back, nodding to yourself, before retrieving the next pair, this time a set of ankle boots belonging to the mistress, their curved heels sharp as a scorned glance. You reflect on how, in Section 3, you learn to manage crisp porridge in boiling kettles, balancing multiple jobs with precision. Those skills proved invaluable when, after reforms, you moved on to work for a small catering firm, an early gig in what later became known as the freelance service economy. You recall the first time you were paid daily rather than docking wages from a month's promise. The check stung sweet as vindication and bitter because the rate barely covered rent. A mainstream historical fact after World War I, many ex-servants found themselves in a transient workforce, cooks, maids, and nannies migrating from household to household on weekly boards, essentially the original gig economy. Historians still argue whether these shifts empowered workers or simply replaced one form of exploitation with another, emphasizing flexibility over stability. Your hands move with practiced ease as you buff the mistress's boots, and in your mind, You map out the parallels the mistress's boots, once symbols of unyielding power, now rest at attention on a shoe rack that acknowledges no rank. Even her footwear must wait for proper shine, but at least you can leave the workhouse behind. You remember Section 10's younger selves, Emily coughing her way through chores, her small hands too weak to scrub a single plate. Today, child labor laws prohibit girls her age from scullery duty, and you feel a pang of pride at progress that once seemed unimaginable. A joke emerges. If only child labor was as easy to abolish as it is to mention in polite society. Yet you swallow it, knowing how quietly the laws crept in, requiring petitions, protests, pamphlets, and smoky lecture halls, echoing the hushed conspiracies of servant gossip sessions. From Section 9, a soft bell rings in the hallway beyond, signaling the family's return for afternoon tea. You replace the mistress's boots on the rack, each click of the leather echoing like a punctuation mark in history's long sentence. Your back protests as you push your self-upright muscles used to bowing and bending. Above you, the hallway's high ceiling lets in a sliver of sunlight that paints the marble floor in a golden wash. You step into that sliver, letting it warm your face, imagining that warmth might fill more than just your cheeks. A mainstream historical detail servant's hallways were often designed to direct the family's footsteps, ensuring that paths from kitchen to drawing room avoided contact with staff quarters, an architectural reinforcement of class separation. Today, those hallways often welcome strangers, contractors, who pay their own way through the front door, unaware of the axes of power etched into the stone. Historians still argue whether architectural changes in post-war Britain truly dismantled servitude's physical barriers, or merely rebranded them. You cross the threshold into the breakfast room, where a fresh teapot steams in perfect symmetry upon a silver tray. The butler stands poised, eyes leveling you a silent nod, passes between you and him, acknowledging that both of you have outlasted more masters than you can remember. You pour a cup for the mistress, her gaze passing over you as though scanning for signs of fatigue. The tea's aroma drifts upward, a blend of assam and chamomile meant to soothe nerves before the family's afternoon social guests arrive. A joke flickers. If tea were truly measured in serenity, they'd need twin kettles. You hand her the cup, palm steady, despite the weight of centuries settled on your spine. Her lips curve in a polite, practiced smile, and she says, "Thank you, Mary. You're no longer Ellen P., the kitchen maid who arrived with hopes tethered to a two-eyed needle. You've taken her name, Mary, because she valued consistency in her staff, encouraging you to adopt that name to signify your reliable presence. That name's weight settles around your shoulders, a mantle both on your own terms and shadowed by past masters. A mainstream historian's note, many servants took the surnames of their employers, complicating genealogical records and social histories. Historians still argue whether this practice created a sense of belonging or deepened dependency. You bow slightly. "Of course, madam." You place a gentle saucer under the teacup, ensuring that a single droplet of tea doesn't mar the polished surface. Her eyes flicker to the boots lined up in the hallway, perhaps a silent reminder that you polish not just leather, but the family's image underfoot. You step away to retrieve sugar tongs, noting how even this simple task carries echoes of class conflict. Sugar once cost more than wages, so few servants tasted sweetness until it became an everyday commodity. A joke if sugar was still so rare, we'd all be looking for any dusting we could borrow. But instead, you scoop sugar cubes into a bowl, offering a silent prayer that today's shifts won't demand the sacrifice of your own dignity. As you finish setting the tea tray, you reflect on how today's domestic workers fight similar battles, negotiating fair wages, refusing unpaid overtime, demanding respect, even as their labor remains invisible. The gig economy, with its freelance app-based contracts, echoes the vagabond life of ex-servants' flexible work, hailed as freedom, but offering minimal security. You recall that some of your peers from Section 12 who reached America churned butter in communal kitchens or tended boarding houses, always a servant somewhere constructing a new form of servitude under different masters. Historians still argue whether modern gig work is an evolution of servitude or an altogether new exploitation. You tamp down the thought, mindful that each generation's fight draws from the last sacrifices. You slide the tea tray toward the butler, his white-gloved hand steady as he lifts it to the mistress's waiting hands. As you retreat, you catch a glimpse of your reflection in the mirror at the far end of the hallway. Eyes bright, shoulders squared, the weight of history still etched in your posture, but the light of possibility flickering in your gaze. A mainstream fact in late 20th century labor movements, domestic workers formed unions demanding fair wages and benefits, some achieving recognition only after decades of lobbying. You imagine how far this journey might take you, perhaps into a place where polishing boots becomes a choice rather than a compulsion, where a day's work yields not only wages, but respect. Turning from the mirror, you head toward the servants' quarters, passing the familiar pew in the small chapel and thinking how prayers once echoed off stone walls that now reverberate with new meaning, not as calls to obedience, but as calls to dignity and care. The candid hush of those pews morphs into the confident silence of someone who knows her worth. A joke drifts: if those pews could speak, they'd cheer for every soul who refuses to kneel to injustice. But you carry this momentum forward, silently, footsteps echoing with the combined footsteps of ancestors who scrubbed, cooked, polished, and prayed. You reach the entrance to the servants' hall, where a new day's labors await. But this time, the melody of your stride is different, steady, purposeful, a testament to victory won in increments. The legacy of servitude is no longer a yoke, but a ledger. You list each small triumph: laws passed, wages, won, health protections, secured like beads on a rosary of progress. The heirlooms of hardship become talismans, reminding you that working with scraped knuckles and worn heels once built the foundation for collective rights. Taking your seat among younger staff, you feel a quiet kinship. They polish the silver, set the tables, and answer the mistress's demands with performances perfected by centuries of tradition. Yet each of them, like you, holds a spark of resistance in their chest, a belief that this service might someday be optional rather than ordained. You recall from Section 9 the power of shared whispers and hidden slices of toast, and you offer a nod to the nearest new kitchen maid, an unspoken pact to uphold those traditions of solidarity and small rebellions. As the chime of the luncheon bell floats through the corridors, you rise shoulders square, ready to embrace the day's final demands. In your pocket rests the yellowed handbill from Section 12, a reminder that the choice to seek freedom remains yours whenever courage and coin align. Your hands reach for the next dirty tray, and you begin work mindful of all who came before you and determined that if you must labor, it will be on your own terms, fortified by the knowledge that this legacy of servitude, once so unyielding, now bends toward justice. Your eyelids grow heavy as you recall the soft glow of candlelight pooling on the pews, the gentle hiss of steam retreating into the shadows, and the fleeting taste of ham in a child's hesitant smile, each memory weaving a tapestry of resilience and compassion. The grand chasm between master and servant narrows in the hush of reflection, and the once impenetrable walls of hierarchy dissolve like morning mist. Though your hands remain skilled in the craft of polishing and servicing, your mind drifts beyond the corridors of obligation into an expanse where dignity's light warms the restless soul. You embrace the realization that every footstep on cold marble, every rag-worn rag soaked in lye, and every whispered prayer in a dusty chapel has contributed to a quiet revolution, one penned in the hearts of those who chose solidarity over silence. Now, imagine a world where feet move willingly, instead of driven by necessity, where the rhythms of work are tempered by respect, rather than ruled by unrelenting demand. In that world, you awaken not to the mistress's summons, but to gentle encouragement to craft your own destiny. The air tastes faintly of lavender and promise a whisper that the journey's trials were not in vain, but stepping stones toward freedom. The echo of laughter from shared gossip, the warmth of a coal fire on winter's bone-chilled dawn, and the hush of sunlight filtering through stained glass, all accompany you into the calm of night. Rest now, as the final flicker of candlelight surrenders to darkness. You have polished away the tarnish of history's imbalances and opened a door through which justice may pass. Allow your spirit to linger in the soft hum of possibility, cradled by the knowledge that servitude's legacy, once so crushing, has become a foundation for equity and hope. Let each breath slow until only the distant echo of a footstep remains, guiding you gently into sleep's embrace, where every dream carries the promise of dawn's soft light and a future shaped by hands that refuse to bow, hands that choose to build rather than kneel. End of script. Sweet dreams.